What if the darkest corners of existence held the key to immortality? As twilight draped the land in shades of desperation, whispers of the underworld echoed through the air, beckoning the living with promises too seductive to resist. The gates of the underworld stood monumental, a threshold carved from shadows and despair, their iron bars cold and unyielding, glinting ominously in the fading light. Here, amidst the swirling fog and the acrid scent of forgotten souls, a chilling anticipation hung thick like smoke, waiting for the fateful moment when the veil between life and death would be torn asunder. In the distance, the howling winds carried tales of those who had ventured into the depths, their cries mingling with the rustling of leaves, a haunting symphony that tugged at the very edges of sanity. Countless mortals had sought Hades, the enigmatic ruler of this forsaken place, each with a purpose as diverse as the shades of darkness. Yet all were drawn by the same insatiable hunger for power, truth, or redemption, standing on the precipice of their own eternal fates. What would they trade to escape the confines of mortality? What price would they pay for one fleeting chance at resurrection? A flicker of movement caught the eye, a figure cloaked in shadows gliding toward the gates, footsteps silent as the grave. Was it a messenger from the depths or a lost soul seeking solace? The tension crackled like electricity in the air, thickening with every heartbeat. Each step resonated with the weight of ancient truths, secrets buried beneath layers of time, begging to be unearthed. As the figure approached, the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble, reverberating with the echoes of past transgressions and unfulfilled destinies. Then came the unmistakable clang of iron as the gates swung open, revealing a realm drenched in twilight and despair. The stench of decay mixed with the sweet notes of longing, intertwining to create an intoxicating atmosphere that promised both danger and desire. It was a threshold where the living dared not tread lightly, where the shadows danced with secrets that could shatter the very essence of the human spirit. But beneath the eerie calm, a storm brewed. Rumors of unrest within Hades's domain whispered through the air, unsettling the souls who had once accepted their fates. Was there rebellion brewing, or had an ancient pact been broken, threatening to unleash chaos upon the living? As the figure stepped through the gates, the pulse of history quickened, setting the stage for a confrontation that would ripple through realms, testing the boundaries between the living and the dead. The air crackled with potential, the weight of choices hanging like a noose around the neck of fate. Each moment stretched, pregnant with the promise of revelation, as the mysteries of Hades began to unfurl. The dance of destiny was about to commence, and the price of knowledge was steep. Were you willing to pay it? As shadows loomed and secrets whispered, one thing was clear. Once the gates of the underworld opened, there would be no turning back. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced across ancient stone walls, whispering secrets long buried in the depths of time. There, in the silence of the underworld, a figure loomed, his presence both haunting and regal. Hades, the god of the dead, held dominion over the shadowy landscape that stretched endlessly beneath the earth. Yet, his story, filled with tragedy and power, began long before he claimed his throne, shrouded in layers of myth that would send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. Long before Hades became the ruler of the underworld, there was chaos, a swirling void of darkness and uncertainty. From this primordial chaos emerged Gaia, the earth herself, who gave birth to the sky, the mountains, and the seas. Among her children were three mighty brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Each was destined to inherit a piece of the universe. Yet the fate of Hades was different, intertwined with shadows and sorrow. When the brothers struck down their father, Cronus, who had swallowed their siblings in fear of a prophecy that foretold his demise, the world trembled. The sky was claimed by Zeus, who took his place upon Mount Olympus, ruling from the heights. Poseidon, with his fierce temperament and command over the oceans, seized the seas, leaving the cold depths of the underworld for Hades, who found himself consigned to the shadows, an afterthought in a grand story of light and glory. The underworld was not merely a prison. It was a dark mirror of the living world, teeming with its own set of rules and fears. As Hades stepped into his realm, the air thickened, heavy with souls that had passed through the veil of life. They wandered, lost and seeking solace. Each shadow held a story, each whisper echoed with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and unspoken words. Hades, with his solemn demeanor, welcomed them, not with malice, but with the solemn duty of a caretaker. His heart, a complex mix of sorrow and responsibility, beat in time with the pulse of the underworld. The rivers of the underworld flowed with the tears of the lost, their waters dark and foreboding. The infamous Styx, a boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead, shimmered with an eerie glow, its depths concealing untold mysteries. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited at the water's edge, indifferent to the pleas of those who arrived, without the coins needed for safe passage. Hades watched as souls shuffled, their faces etched with fear and regret, knowing they could not return to the sunlit world above. It was a landscape of haunting beauty, painted with the brushstrokes of despair. Yet, there was something more to Hades than the somber ruler of the dead. He was a god shaped by loneliness, his heart forged in the fires of abandonment. In those depths, he longed for companionship, a desire that would lead to a fateful encounter with Persephone, the daughter of Demeter. The arrival of spring had always heralded life and joy, but for Hades, it signified much more. It was the arrival of hope. The mythic tale of Persephone's abduction has echoed through the ages, a poignant reminder of love and loss. Hades, enraptured by her beauty, emerged from the shadows and, in a moment of desperation, seized her away to his dark domain. The earth trembled as flowers wilted, and the sun dimmed, leaving Demeter, the goddess of harvest, in a pit of despair. The world above turned barren, a reflection of the grief that now haunted Hades, who found himself torn between his duty and the love he had unexpectedly discovered. As the seasons shifted and the balance of life teetered on the edge, an unyielding tension brewed. Hades, a figure of terror to many, bore the weight of a broken heart beneath his stoic facade. In the dark corners of the underworld, whispers of rebellion stirred. The souls of the restless, those who felt forgotten, sought to rise against their fate. They were fueled by the tales of the living, and their anger brewed like a storm, threatening to drown the peace Hades had tried to maintain. A chorus of voices filled the air, echoing the tales of the living, a call to arms against the gods who ruled above. Hades felt the tremors of their unrest, each cry resonating deep within him, stirring the emotions he often kept buried. He was not merely a warden of the dead, he was a being shaped by the very essence of humanity's fears and desires. The souls, clad in shadows, sought justice, seeking to reclaim their stories from the grip of silence. Hades watched as they rallied, the air crackling with the energy of rebellion. The once undisturbed underworld became a battleground of emotions, a clash between the living and the dead. Hades stood at the center, torn between his role as the ruler of this realm and the growing unrest that threatened to shatter its fragile peace. Amidst the chaos, Persephone's name hung in the air like a prayer, a silent plea for understanding and acceptance. Hades felt her absence like a dagger to his heart, the warmth of her laughter echoing in the silence. It was in this moment of tension, as the boundary between life and death blurred, that he realized the true nature of his existence. He was not just a god of the dead, he was a god of love, sorrow, and longing. As the night deepened, the underworld trembled with the weight of countless stories yearning to be heard. Hades, once a distant figure of despair, now found himself standing at the crossroads of fate, ready to face the impending storm. The shadows whispered, and the winds howled, carrying with them the echoes of a tale that would transcend time, reaching into the hearts of those who dared to listen. The story of Hades and the underworld was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a saga woven with darkness, light, love, and eternal longing. The air crackled with tension as the Olympians gathered before the ancient, gnarled oak that marked the boundary of their destinies. They stood, a tapestry of divine power and mortal flaws, each face reflecting the fear, pride, and anticipation that hung like storm clouds overhead. The world was changing, and the cosmos awaited their decisions. The thunderous rumble of an approaching storm mirrored the turmoil within them. It was a moment that would resonate through time. Zeus, the eldest, standing tall with authority, could feel the weight of the sky pressing down on him. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of 1,000 stars, but deep inside, uncertainty clawed at his heart. There was more at stake than just their individual desires. They were not mere gods, they were the architects of existence itself. "We must divide the realms amongst ourselves," he declared, his voice echoing in the charged atmosphere. "For the world cannot bear the chaos of our power if it remains unclaimed." Hades, brooding in the shadows, stepped forward. His presence was both alluring and chilling, like the embrace of a winter's night. "And what do you propose for the underworld, brother?" His voice was low, yet it held a weight that silenced the others. The depths of his domain, filled with whispering souls and dark, curling mists, were as vital as the skies above. Persephone, his queen, watched with a mix of dread and admiration. She felt a pull toward the darkness Hades commanded, yet the world above, with its vibrant colors and bright sunlight, danced temptingly in her mind. The thought of being a ruler of shadows was thrilling, but would it mean losing herself forever? From across the clearing, Poseidon, god of the sea, shifted impatiently. The waves inside him roared, wanting to be acknowledged. "The oceans are vast and filled with mysteries. I will not be left with mere tides while the skies and the underworld are claimed by you two." His voice rumbled like the crashing surf, demanding his share of the cosmos. Athena, wise and calculating, stood among them, her mind racing. She could see the fractures that threatened to split them apart. "Let us not allow our ambitions to blind us, dear brothers," she urged, her voice steady, an anchor in their storm. "Consider the balance of our realms. If one is taken too much, chaos will reign." Her words hung in the air, heavy with truth. The argument spiraled, voices rising and clashing like thunder. Each god, consumed by their passions, seemed to forget the stakes. What would happen if they faltered, if they chose poorly? Would the balance of their very existence shatter? Hades leaned closer to Zeus, the glint in his eyes revealing a deep longing for respect and recognition. "Why do you fear the darkness, brother? You claim the skies, but do you not see the importance of the underworld? It is a sanctuary for the souls who have passed. Without it, the living would be consumed by endless grief." A hush fell over the gathering. The thought of countless souls wandering aimlessly through the world was chilling. They had all seen the chaos of unclaimed spirits, drifting like lost leaves, a reminder of their own mortality. Zeus felt the urgency of Hades' words. Suddenly, the weight of his crown felt heavier. "Fine, the skies are mine, the seas are Poseidon's, and the underworld shall be yours, Hades," he declared, each word a hammer striking an anvil. A shiver raced through Persephone at the mention of the underworld. It was both a place of refuge and a realm of shadows. She felt a tugging at her heart, a sense of duty mixed with fear. Would she really be bound to this dark haven, or could she carve out a space for light even in the darkest corners? With a nod from Poseidon, the agreement began to take form, yet an unspoken tension lingered in the air. Each god could feel the weight of their choices, the consequences stretching into eternity. Athena, stepping forward, began to outline the territories, her voice calm amidst the brewing storm. "The earth will be shared amongst us, but the balance must be maintained. It is crucial that we honor our realms, for disrupting the order will have dire consequences." As she spoke, visions of the world beneath their feet flickered before their eyes. Lush fields, turbulent seas, and the shadowy landscapes of the underworld. Each realm pulsated with life and death, joy and sorrow, and they were the stewards of it all. Yet, beneath her carefully chosen words, a sense of unease rippled through the group. The gods were not just making decisions, they were sealing fates. Would their divvying up of power lead to harmony, or would it sow the seeds of jealousy, betrayal, and strife? The clouds above darkened, swirling ominously. A flash of lightning illuminated the faces of the gods, casting stark shadows that danced across the ground. "This is not just a division. It is the birth of our very natures," Hades remarked, an enigmatic smile creeping across his lips. "I shall embrace my darkness, and you shall have your light. But know this, what you fear can become your greatest strength." In that moment, a chill swept through the gathering, a whisper of something yet to come. They were forging an unbreakable bond, but also setting in motion a cascade of events that would alter the very fabric of existence. As the winds howled, the gods stood resolute, each claiming their territory. Yet the cracks of uncertainty lay beneath their bold facades. What awaited them in their newly defined realms? Would they truly remain united, or would the allure of power drive them apart? And as they sealed their pact, an unsettling feeling settled in the pit of their stomachs. They had become the rulers of their domains, but at what cost? The world around them shifted, and the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the trees, heralding the arrival of fate, the kind they could not escape. Unbeknownst to them, their agreement would soon draw the attention of forces far beyond their comprehension, pulling them into a web of destiny that none of them could foresee. Shadows stirred, whispers echoed, and the cosmos awaited its champions, eager to see how the story would unfold. In the shadows of ancient Greece, where the sun dipped below the horizon and the night crept in with an unsettling calm, a chilling whisper roamed the air. Hades, the unseen ruler of the underworld, waited. His domain, shrouded in darkness, was a sanctuary for souls trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. It was a place where the soft echoes of lost voices mingled with the rustle of dry leaves, and where the weight of every unfulfilled desire hung heavy in the atmosphere. Those who dared to speak his name felt a shiver race down their spines, for Hades was not simply the god of the dead, he was the keeper of secrets, the gatekeeper to what lay beyond. When someone passed away, the living would often cross paths with the idea of Hades. Grave offerings, whispered prayers, and rituals were performed to appease him, to ensure safe passage for the departed. There was an unbreakable connection between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, an eternal tether that stirred a sense of unease. Hades was there on the banks of the Styx, his dark eyes observing the souls that shivered as they awaited Charon, the ferryman. If one could muster the courage to look into those eyes, they would see a profound sadness, a ruler burdened by the weight of his duties, the never-ending cycle of life and death. Hades was not the villain that myth often painted him to be. His heart, though encased in the coolness of the underworld, pulsed with a quiet dignity. He was the brother of Zeus and Poseidon, yet he stood apart, cloaked in shadows while his brothers basked in the sun's glory. Much like the souls he governed, he was often misunderstood. His realm, far from being a hellish pit of torment, was a complex landscape where shades roamed freely, some finding peace, others trapped in the echoes of their past lives. The ancient Greeks knew the importance of honoring their ancestors, and they understood that Hades played a crucial role in maintaining the balance between the worlds. They believed that neglecting the dead could bring misfortune upon the living, a thought that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. It was said that he would send forth spirits to remind the living of their obligations, to ensure that the memories of the departed would never fade. This reverence for Hades and his realm resonated deeply, for it connected the living with the past, a bond that could never be fully severed. Every year, during the Festival of the Dead, families gathered to honor those who had crossed the threshold. Candles flickered in the dark, casting long shadows as they offered food and wine to the departed, believing that these gifts would soothe Hades and keep the souls content. It was an act of love, a plea for protection, and a way to keep the whispers alive. The air thickened with the weight of memories, and the living felt the presence of those who had gone before them, almost tangible, almost real. In those moments, Hades was more than just a figure of fear. He became a symbol of the eternal connection that transcended life and death. With each prayer, with each offering, the walls of his dark palace seemed to pulse with life, a reminder that the dead were never truly gone. They lingered in the hearts and minds of the living, their stories woven into the very fabric of existence. It was the fear of forgetting that kept Hades revered, a fear that clung to the Greeks like a shroud. But not all stories ended in peace. There were the restless souls, those who had harbored grudges in life and carried them beyond the grave. Hades understood their pain, but also recognized the danger they posed. It was common for him to summon the Furies, the relentless spirits of vengeance, to deal with those who refused to let go of their anger. The air crackled with tension as the Furies would sweep through the shadows, their cries echoing like thunder, ready to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. In these moments, Hades wore his crown of authority. He was both judge and keeper, ensuring that balance was maintained. Yet, even in his authority, there lay a profound loneliness. Hades longed for connection, for understanding, but the tales that spread about him painted a picture of darkness that kept the living at bay. He watched as the world above celebrated life, while he remained in the shadows, eternally bound to the dead. The once bright halls of his palace echoed with the laughter of those long forgotten, and in his heart he felt the weight of every loss, every tear shed in his name. As the twilight deepened and the stars stitched a tapestry across the night sky, a sense of dread crept into the hearts of those who understood the power of Hades. His role as the god of the dead and the keeper of the afterlife was not one of mere cruelty. It was a responsibility steeped in the sorrow of existence. He was the final destination for a journey made by every soul, a reminder that death was not an end, but a transformation into something unknown. The stories of Hades are woven into the very essence of Greek religion, a tapestry of emotion and tension that lingers long after the last breath is taken. He embodies the paradox of fear and respect, the delicate dance of life and death, and the unbreakable bond that connects all beings. His name may have been spoken in hushed tones, but in the quiet of night, when the veil between worlds thinned, it was Hades who listened, waiting patiently for the next soul to arrive, to guide them through the darkness and into the light of the afterlife. The chill of his presence was always felt, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning, and every heart, once warmed, would eventually return to the embrace of the earth. In the cold, unyielding shadows of Hades, where the sun's warmth never dares to touch, lay the haunting geography of the underworld. Here the air was thick with the whispers of lost souls, their stories echoing through the eerie silence. This was not just a place of punishment, it was a complex tapestry woven from the threads of ancient myths and human fears. As one entered this abode of the dead, the first thing that struck was the river Styx, a black ribbon of water that wound through the darkness like a serpent. The chilling current carried the weight of countless souls, each one a testament to a life lived. Charon, the grim ferryman, stood watch by the shore, his skeletal fingers gripping an oar, ready to guide the departed across the waters. Those who had not paid their fare wandered restlessly along the banks, their faces etched with despair and longing. It was said that the river's waters could numb the pain of memory, offering a temporary respite from the anguish of their past lives. Beyond the Styx lay the different realms of Hades, each one distinct yet interconnected, resembling a vast labyrinth of sorrow. To the left, shrouded in an eternal fog, was the Asphodel Meadows. Here shades drifted aimlessly, their existence a mere shadow of what they once were. Unlike the tortured souls of Tartarus, the inhabitants of Asphodel had not committed great crimes. They were the forgotten, the indifferent, those who had lived without passion or purpose. Each wisp of a spirit floated by, their eyes vacant as they roamed the fields of pale flowers, a stark reminder that even in death, one could be lost to oblivion. To the right, the path twisted toward Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit of Hades. This was a place of retribution, where the wicked were punished for their sins. The air crackled with the screams of the damned, each cry a haunting melody that resonated through the chasms. Here lay the fearsome creatures that guarded the gates, their monstrous forms a deterrent to any who dared to seek refuge. Within the inky black depths of Tartarus, titans and mythological figures, once proud and formidable, now languished in torment, each bound by chains of their own making. Sisyphus rolled his boulder, a futile task that echoed the painful irony of endless struggle, while Tantalus stood forever just out of reach of nourishment and water, a symbol of unquenchable desire. As the path continued to unfold, it led toward Elysium, a realm that sparkled with golden light, a stark contrast to the other areas of Hades. Here resided the heroes, the virtuous, and those who had led lives of honor. The grass was lush, the air fragrant with blossoms, and laughter danced on the breeze. But even in this paradise there was a heaviness, an understanding that joy was bittersweet in the presence of loss. The souls here reminisced about the lives they once cherished and the loved ones they left behind, their hearts forever tethered to the mortal world. In the center of Hades, the Hall of Judgment loomed, a place of solemnity where the fates of the deceased were decided. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus sat in judgment, their gazes piercing as they weighed the deeds of the departed, against the backdrop of their lives. One by one, souls emerged from the shadows, trembling as they faced the trio. The air thickened with tension as each spirit recalled their choices, the moments that defined their existence, the love they had given or denied. Here, time had no meaning. Every heartbeat felt like an eternity as they awaited their fate. The pathways twisted further, leading to the fields of punishment, an expanse where the consequences of actions taken were painfully clear. As figures writhed in their punishments, the darkness thickened. The cries of the suffering echoed like a mournful choir, carrying tales of betrayal, greed, and treachery. Each punishment matched the crime, a fitting balance in the eyes of the ancient gods. The souls here were reminders of the fine line between virtue and vice, their stories a cautionary tale for the living. Scattered throughout the underworld were the Furies, fierce spirits of vengeance, who roamed with wild, unkempt hair and eyes flashing with fury. They dealt torment not just in physical forms, but through relentless memories that plagued the souls they hunted. The Furies embodied the wrath of those wronged, a stark reminder that the past could not simply be erased. Their chilling wails echoed through the darkened halls, a sound that stirred deep-seated fears and regrets in every spirit that crossed their path. In one corner of this vast terrain stood the River Leith, a place of forgetfulness. The waters shimmered with an enticing glow, whispering promises of peace to those who dared to drink. For the souls yearning to forget their pain and regret, it beckoned like a siren's song. But in this desire to escape lay a perilous choice. The cost of forgetting was the loss of identity, of everything that made one unique. The temptation was palpable as shades gathered, their faces a mixture of longing and fear, struggling to decide whether the burden of memory was worth the anguish of eternal existence. As the shadows deepened and the chilling winds swept through the underworld, the geography of Hades revealed itself not just as a physical space, but as a reflection of human experience. Love, loss, pain, and redemption intertwined in an intricate dance. Each realm pulsed with life, even amidst death, a testament to the indelible mark that human emotions leave behind. It was a fitting mirror for the living, a place where stories of the past converged with the hopes of the future, reminding all that every choice carries weight and every soul has a story to tell. In this timeless expanse, the souls lingered on the precipice of their stories, their fates intertwined with the very fabric of existence. The air was thick with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. As the boundaries between life and death blurred, the underworld stood not just as an end, but as an ever-evolving narrative, a reminder of the connections that bind the living to the dead and the lessons that echo through eternity. The heavy wooden doors creaked ominously, like the groan of an ancient beast awakened from a long slumber. The air around them shimmered with an unsettling energy, a warning to those who dared approach. Through the cracks, a murmur of lost souls echoed, chilling the spine of anyone who lingered too long. These were not mere doors. They were the gates of the underworld, a threshold where the living met the dead, and where every footstep carried the weight of 1,000 whispered stories of despair and hope. Historically, such gates have marked the boundary between life and death, in many cultures, each with its own story etched into the fabric of time. In ancient Greece, the gates of Hades were said to open into a realm of shadows and sorrow, guarded by the fearsome, three-headed dog Cerberus. The myths told of how brave heroes sought passage, compelled by love or revenge, reminding everyone that the line between the worlds is thin and often tread upon. Every grain of sand in the underworld was steeped in the emotions of those who had crossed, a tapestry of grief and longing. These gates, both physical and symbolic, served not just as an entrance, but as a profound reminder of mortality. They carried the weight of human existence, representing the inescapable end that awaited every soul. The ancient Romans built their own gateways to the underworld, the most famous being the Porta di Ferro, the Iron Gate, which stood tall and foreboding, its rusted hinges a testament to the countless lives that had been ushered through. It was here that the living would leave offerings, a plea for favor or forgiveness from the departed. The air was thick with superstition. The act of leaving a trinket could mean the difference between a restless spirit and a peaceful one, To stand before these gates was to confront one's own fears and desires. The ancients believed that the spirits of the dead lingered near these thresholds, their voices woven into the winds that rustled the leaves. The very stones that made up the archways absorbed the energy of countless farewells, and each crack and crevice held the laughter and tears of those who had loved and lost. The gates were a canvas painted with the essence of life's transience, a poignant reminder that nothing was permanent. As dusk fell, the world transformed. Shadows loomed larger, and the air felt heavier, thick with unspoken words. A chill settled in, wrapping around the heart like a tight embrace. Those who stood before the gates felt it too. A shiver ran down their spines, a primal instinct that whispered to them, "This is no ordinary place." The stories of those who had passed through echoed in the air, tales of bravery, heartbreak, and regret. They were tales of the living who ventured too close, drawn in by the magnetic pull of the unknown. Symbolically, the gates represented choices, paths diverging into light and darkness. Each step toward them was a step toward inevitability, a dance with fate that left many feeling both exhilarated and terrified. The ancient Egyptians crafted their own gates, adorned with hieroglyphs that depicted the journey of the soul. For them, death was not the end, but a continuation, and these gates were the beginning of a transformative passage leading to judgment and rebirth. They believed that the heart would be weighed against a feather, a measure of one's deeds in life. Those who passed the test would enter a paradise, while the unworthy faced eternal torment. As night deepened, the gates glimmered under the pale light of the moon, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon. They were portals between realities, a moment frozen in time where the living stood at the cusp of the unknown. The heart raced with a mixture of fear and curiosity, emotions intertwined like roots of an ancient tree. To pass through was to embrace the inevitable, to acknowledge the fleeting nature of life itself. In the cultures of the Celts, the gates were often associated with the veil between worlds, thinning during Samhain, a festival where the departed were believed to walk among the living. Candles lit the way, their flickering flames a guide through the darkness, illuminating stories long forgotten. To the Celts, these gates were not merely entrances, but sacred spaces of connection, where the echoes of ancestors could be heard. The stories of love, loss, and legacy were cherished, with each passing year deepening the bonds between the worlds. In Eastern traditions, the gates of the underworld were viewed differently. In Chinese culture, for example, the gates were represented by elaborate tombs and ancestral shrines. It was believed that the departed could find their way back home, guided by the love and remembrance of the living. The gates stood as a reminder that life is cyclical, a series of comings and goings, where every end is also a beginning. The act of honoring the dead was woven into the very fabric of existence, a profound acknowledgement of the ties that bind generations together. The tension around the gates grew palpable, as if each whispered tale of the past wove a web of anticipation. The darker forces that lurked beyond the wooden barriers hinted at the dangers of uninvited guests. With every heartbeat, the air thickened, laden with the weight of history and emotion. The gates were not merely a passage to the underworld. They were a reflection of the human experience, a mirror held up to life itself. Each soul that passed through carried a story, a lesson, a piece of wisdom that echoed through time. In both reverence and fear, the living gazed upon the gates, knowing they stood at the threshold of something monumental. The gates, though silent, spoke volumes, a chorus of voices from beyond, calling out to be remembered. The flicker of torchlight danced off the heavy wood, casting shadows that flickered like memories, urging the spectators to confront their own truths and the stories yet to be written. The gates stood resolute, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and dark, life and death, hope and despair. As the night deepened, the weight of history pressed down, an invisible hand guiding the thoughts of those who stood before them. Would they step through and face the unknown, or would they turn back, allowing the gates to remain sealed, their mysteries forever uncharted? The answer lingered, suspended in the air, electric with possibility. As the stories of the gates whispered on the wind, weaving a tapestry of emotions that could not be ignored. A chill swept through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced along the banks of the river Styx. The water, dark and murky, whispered secrets of the departed, its gentle lapping sounds echoing the quiet despair of countless souls waiting for their passage. There, on the edge of this enigmatic river, stood Charon, the ferryman of the dead, his presence both haunting and imperative. With every soul that approached, he bore witness to the weight of their lives, each one carrying a story etched into the very fabric of their being. Charon, with his gaunt frame wrapped in a tattered cloak that fluttered like the wings of a raven, seemed more spectre than man. His eyes, sunken and hollow, held a depth of sorrow that could only come from centuries of guiding the lost. This was no mere job for him. It was a solemn duty steeped in tradition and necessity. Each row of his ancient boat was a reminder of his ceaseless labor as he navigated the relentless waters of fate, eternally transporting souls from the realm of the living to their final resting place. The air was thick with tension as a figure materialized at the riverbank, a young woman clad in a simple gown stained by the dirt of her last earthly moments. Her spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, hope battling despair in her heart. She had once danced in the sun, laughed with friends, and felt the warmth of love. Now she was just a shade, a memory caught in the liminal space between life and death. Charon turned to her, a weary but compassionate gaze meeting her wide, fearful eyes. "Do you have the coin?" he asked, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. In the world of the dead, only those who could pay the toll with an obol, a small coin placed in the mouth of the deceased, were granted passage. This ancient custom was as old as the stories of the gods themselves, a ritual that echoed through time, ensuring that each soul could begin their journey to the afterlife. The woman's trembling hand searched her gown, finding only emptiness, the weight of her fate crashing down upon her. With a deep sigh, she looked into the depths of Charon's eyes, feeling the cold grip of despair tightening around her heart. She had not understood the importance of the toll in life, and now she was confronted with the cruel reality that awaited her. Charon, seeing her distress, felt a flicker of empathy but remained resolute. He had seen this scenario unfold countless times, witnessed souls beg for mercy, and felt the ache of their unfulfilled desires. Yet he was bound by the laws that governed his existence, a gatekeeper shackled by duty. As the silence between them thickened, a gust of wind rustled the waters, and the shadows that enveloped them deepened. The boat rocked gently on the surface, a silent promise of the journey that lay across the Styx. The air turned electric, tension crackling as the woman's desperation morphed into resolve. With a burst of courage she spoke, her voice trembling but fierce. "I will find my way back," she declared, determination igniting a spark within. But Charon merely shook his head, sadness etched in his features. "Once you cross, there is no return," he replied, his tone somber. "But every soul has a story, and every story deserves to be told." He gestured toward the boat, which waited patiently, the blackened wood gleaming ominously in the fading light. It was then that she understood. Her past was behind her, a tapestry woven with moments both beautiful and tragic. The weight of her life hung heavy, but within her, a flicker of acceptance began to glow. This river was not just a boundary, it was a passage to understanding, to closure. As she stepped forward, the boat creaked under her weight, signaling the beginning of her irreversible journey. Charon reached out a skeletal hand, helping her aboard, and for a brief moment, their fingers brushed. In that fleeting contact, she felt a warmth that contrasted sharply with his icy demeanor. It was a reminder of humanity, of what it meant to feel, to struggle, and to dream. The boat glided silently across the dark waters, each ripple a testament to lives lived and lost. They passed under a bridge formed of lost memories, where shadows danced like fleeting phantoms. The river's depths held countless souls, each one whispering tales of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. And as they floated onward, she could hear echoes of her own life mingling with theirs. Charon's presence was a constant, a silent guardian, steering them toward the gates of the underworld. With each stroke of his oars, the air grew heavier, charged with the emotions of those embarking on this final voyage. The woman gazed into the depths of the Styx, where lost dreams drifted like forgotten leaves. The sadness of those who had come before her enveloped her, and she found herself wondering about the lives they had led and the loves they had lost. The stories they carried were interwoven with hers, a tapestry of humanity stretching far beyond the confines of existence. As they neared the gates, vast and imposing, wrought iron, glistening like fangs in the dim light, she felt a strange mixture of fear and anticipation. Would she find solace on the other side, or would the weight of her unfinished business haunt her for eternity? Karen remained silent, his expression unreadable, yet something about his presence hinted at an understanding of the journey they were on. He was more than a ferryman, he was a witness to the human experience, a keeper of secrets that transcended time. The gates loomed closer, and the woman's heart raced as she faced the reality of her choices. She could almost hear the whispers of those who had gone before her, urging her to embrace the unknown. What awaited her beyond those iron bars? Would she find peace, or would her spirit forever wander, unable to rest? Karen's oars dipped into the water, the sound a haunting melody that underscored the gravity of her decision. The world around them began to blur as they approached, the air thick with anticipation. The lingering echoes of the past entwined with the present, creating a poignant moment that held the promise of closure, yet lingered with the weight of uncertainty. In that instant, standing at the threshold of the afterlife, she felt as if her entire existence hung in balance, the stories of her life whispering from the edges of her memory, begging to be heard. The gates creaked open, revealing a place beyond imagination, a realm woven from the threads of every soul Karen had ever ferried. And as the woman prepared to step through, she felt the stirrings of something profound within her, an understanding that every ending was merely a new beginning, a continuation of the eternal cycle of life and death. With Karen steady at her side, she bravely took her first step into the unknown, the journey winding onward, forever entwined with the threads of fate that linked them all. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow over the shadowy landscape. The air was still, but beneath that stillness lay a pulsating rhythm, a heartbeat echoing through the unseen. On the edge of this world and the next, the river Styx churned softly, its waters dark as obsidian, whispering the secrets of lost souls. Each ripple seemed to beckon, calling out to the living, reminding them of their inevitable fate. Karen, the ancient ferryman, stood at the bank, cloaked in shadows that swirled around him like mist. His eyes, dark and unyielding, surveyed the countless souls waiting. They lingered at the river's edge, faces etched with fear and uncertainty. Some gripped tokens of their past lives, faded photographs, rusted keys, or crumpled letters, while others simply stared into the depths, lost in memories they could scarcely hold on to. The river was no ordinary waterway. It was a boundary, a threshold to the afterlife that only Karen could cross. Each soul that approached him carried the weight of their life, their joys and regrets, their triumphs and failures. To cross the Styx was to leave behind all that was familiar, stepping into the unknown with only the promise of what lay ahead. As the first soul stepped forward, a shiver rippled through the air. This was no mere act of movement. It was the culmination of a life lived. The soul, a young woman with tangled hair and eyes full of dreams, hesitated. Karen noticed her trembling hands and whispered words of reassurance, though his voice was as cold as the water that swirled around the boat. "Each life is a story," he said, his voice deep and resonant, "and every story deserves to be told." The young woman swallowed, summoning her courage. She stepped closer, her heart pounding like a drum echoing across the void. As she approached, the darkness of the Styx seemed to lift slightly, revealing flickers of light that danced just beneath the surface. Memories stirred, and for a moment she saw flashes of laughter, of sun-drenched days spent with friends, of love that warmed her heart. The river, however, had its own memory, a heavy burden of souls who had crossed before, who had left their marks on its waters. One by one, others approached, each carrying their own stories. An old man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much shuffled forward, his body frail but his spirit stubborn. He clutched a small wooden box, worn smooth by time. Karen recognized it instantly. It was the last remnant of a life filled with laughter and sorrow. The old man looked up, and in that moment, the weight of his past crashed over him like waves upon the shore. "Will I see them again?" he asked, his voice breaking, the tremor revealing a heart still tied to the world he was leaving. Karen, moved for a fleeting moment, glanced at the river, where shadows danced and flickered like flames. "What is lost is never truly gone," he replied. "But the journey ahead is yours to embrace." The old man nodded, a mix of resignation and hope flickering across his face. He stepped onto the boat, the wood creaking underfoot, and as it began to drift into the darkness, a memory floated to the surface of the Styx, his granddaughter laughing, her sweet voice echoing in the chambers of his mind. In the distance, the cries of souls echoed back, a haunting melody that resonated in the stillness. Each whisper filled the air with an unnerving tension, a reminder that the realms they were leaving behind were filled with unresolved stories, unfinished business, and dreams that would never see the light of day. A chill swept through the night, wrapping around Karen like a shroud. The ferryman's heart, though hardened by centuries of guiding souls, felt the weight of their fears. He watched as another soul, a young boy with dirt-streaked cheeks, hesitated at the water's edge. The boy had lived a life marked by innocence, cut tragically short. His wide eyes darted between the river and the silhouette of a loving figure on the shore, a mother who could never let go. "Am I supposed to go?" the boy whispered, the words trembling in the air like fragile leaves. "Life is a fleeting flame," Karen replied softly, "but love remains eternal." With an agonizing slowness, the boy stepped onto the boat, glancing back one last time. A single tear slipped down his cheek as he crossed the threshold, and in that moment, the river stirred with emotion, the waters alive with the echoes of all the love that had ever been. As the boat continued to glide across the Styx, Karen felt the familiar tug of the souls who had crossed before, their whispers rising and falling like the tide. Each one yearned for connection, for recognition, for the understanding that they were not alone in their journey. The river itself seemed to pulse with their collective longing, a dark reminder that every life left a mark, and every mark deserved to be felt. The next soul, a middle-aged woman, stepped forward with a fierce determination. Her past was filled with struggles and battles fought alone, yet her eyes shone with a fierce light. "I am ready," she declared, her voice strong. Karen nodded, sensing that she had fought her way through shadows and pain, finally finding her way to this moment. As she stepped onto the boat, the river roiled with energy, responding to her fierce spirit. She looked up at the moon, its light illuminating her path, as if to guide her into the embrace of the unknown. As more souls joined the boat, the air thickened with emotion, an electric charge coursing through the night. Each journey held the promise of rebirth, the hope of healing, the chance to finally lay their burdens to rest. And yet, as the boat glided further into the depths of the Styx, a new tension gripped the air. Perhaps not all who crossed would find peace. The river swirled around them, dark and unyielding, as if it held secrets yet untold, waiting for the right moment to reveal their truths. In that moment, the waters churned and the shadows deepened, hinting that the journey across the Styx was just the beginning of another tale, a story yet to unfold, rich with twists and turns, filled with echoes of lives intertwined. What awaited on the other side of the river was a mystery cloaked in darkness, and as the souls crossed, they could only cling to the hope that what lay ahead was worth leaving everything behind. Fear danced with courage, hope entwined with uncertainty, as the waters of the river Styx carried them forward into the unknown, a shimmering promise of what lay beyond. In the shadowy realm where the whispers of the lost echo like faint memories, three figures stand resolute at the gates of judgment. The air is thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that sends shivers down the spines of those who wander into this world, between life and death. Here, beneath a sky perpetually shrouded in twilight, the weight of every soul's fate rests on the shoulders of Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iarchus. Minos, the first and perhaps the most feared, sits upon a throne carved from the bones of the long-forgotten. His stern countenance, marked by years of rendering fate, bears the weight of countless souls. With a gavel made from the darkened wood of a long-lost tree, he delivers decisions that can alter the course of eternity itself. In his eyes flickers a haunting glow, a light born from the memories of those he has judged. Each case laid before him is a story wrapped in sorrow, joy, guilt, or redemption. and he knows that one wrong decision could unleash chaos upon the afterlife. In the stillness of the chamber, a tremor of anxiety vibrates as souls approach. Some shuffle forward, heads bowed, while others stand defiantly, refusing to accept their fate. The echoes of their past deeds follow them like shadows. Minos listens intently, his gaze piercing through the layers of pretense. With each accusation, a flicker of pain ignites within him, not just for those before him, but for the choices they made, choices that ripple through time. To his right, Rhadamanthus listens with compassion rather than judgment. He is the embodiment of justice, yet his heart aches for each lost soul. His brow furrows as he hears their tales, stories of betrayal, love, and regret. He remains steadfast, knowing that every decision he makes is not just about punishment, but about the hope of redemption. Souls who have truly learned from their mistakes capture his attention. He offers them a chance at rehabilitation, a way to rise above their past and ascend to a brighter destiny. As the line of souls stretches into eternity, Aeacus stands to the left, a figure draped in the heavy cloak of memory. His role is unique. He is the guardian of the innocent. He bears witness to the suffering inflicted upon the undeserving and knows that the weight of the world often falls unfairly on the fragile. With a gentle touch, he cradles the essence of those who are wronged, guiding them with compassion toward the light. His voice carries the warmth of the sun, a stark contrast to the chilling darkness surrounding them. But the tension is ever present. A moment of silence falls as a notorious soul steps forward, his presence sending a ripple of unease. This is Tantalus, a figure steeped in myth and malice. He stands tall, his eyes glimmering with arrogance, convinced that he can charm his way out of judgment. A collective gasp fills the air, echoing through the chambers as Minos raises his gavel, preparing to strike. "Tantalus," Minos intones, his voice like thunder, "you who dare to defy the gods, to mock the very essence of life itself. What say you?" Tantalus smirks, a facade of confidence that cannot mask the tremor of fear beneath. "I was merely a seeker of knowledge. What is punishment but a fleeting moment? My desires were noble." His voice rises, filled with defiance, yet the weight of his past actions hangs thick in the air. Rhadamanthus narrows his eyes, his heart heavy with empathy. "Noble or not, the suffering you inflicted upon others cannot be dismissed. You sought to quench your thirst while others died of thirst. Your thirst for power blinded you." Aeacus leans closer, his voice soft yet powerful. "Innocence is a fragile thing. You shattered the dreams of many. Even now you wield your words like weapons. Do you not see the cost of your arrogance?" The atmosphere crackles with tension as Tantalus's bravado begins to falter. Memories of those he wronged flicker like flames. A child's laughter turned to tears, a family torn apart, lives extinguished in the name of his insatiable greed. The weight of his actions crashes down like an avalanche, and he stumbles back, momentarily stripped of his bravado. The judges exchange glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They know this judgment transcends mere punishment. It is about the soul's evolution. Minos's gavel strikes heavily against the throne, echoing through the chamber like a death knell. "Your fate is sealed, Tantalus. You shall suffer the very torment you inflicted upon others, forever tainted by your own desires." A collective shudder runs through the gathered souls. Some weep in sympathy, others in fear, for they know that judgment is an inevitable truth that awaits every spirit. Tantalus is dragged away, his cries of protest fading into the distance, leaving only silence in his wake. As the echoes of judgment reverberate, the next soul steps forward, trembling. It is a woman, her face a mixture of sorrow and hope. The judges observe her cautiously. Her name is Althea, and her heart bears the weight of a terrible secret. She had once betrayed her closest friend, driven by envy, but in her heart she knows she has changed. She has spent her life trying to make amends, a journey filled with tears and regret. Rhadamanthus leans forward, his voice gentle. "Althea, what do you bring before us?" With a quivering voice she begins her tale, weaving a tapestry of heartbreak and healing, of redemption sought in the darkest of times. As she speaks, the judges listen, captivated by her honesty and the depth of her remorse. Aeacus's eyes soften, understanding the pain that lingers in her every word. Yet the air remains thick with uncertainty. can true change be recognized in the eyes of those who have erred? Is there room for forgiveness in a realm so rigidly bound to justice? The three judges share a glance, their individual philosophies warring within them. They know that every soul holds a story, and each story deserves to be heard. As the chamber hums with anticipation, souls gather, hanging on the edge of their own judgments, their futures intertwined with the actions of the judges. The tension builds, creating a storm of emotions, a whirlwind of fear, hope, and despair. Each soul waits, knowing that they too shall one day stand before these three figures, and that their own story will be told. The sun hung low in a sky, painted with hues of gold and lavender, casting a gentle glow over the Elysian fields, a place where laughter echoed like the whisper of the wind, and the scent of blooming flowers filled the air. Here, the souls of the blessed wandered freely, their faces aglow with the peace that had eluded them in life. It was a paradise forged from the dreams of heroes, poets, and those who had lived with honor, their spirits twinkling like stars against the vast canvas of eternity. Each step taken on the soft, verdant grass was a reminder of the joy that swirled around. There was no sorrow here, no regrets lingered in the hearts of those who had found their way to this sacred space. The atmosphere buzzed with a warmth that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. All around, figures danced and played, their laughter ringing out like music, a melody of happiness that seemed to pull at the very essence of existence. In one corner of the fields, the great warrior Achilles stood tall, his golden hair shimmering as the sunlight kissed his skin. He had fought valiantly, facing down the greatest of foes, only to find his true reward, not in glory, but in this tranquil expanse. His laughter mingled with the breeze, a sound that resonated with the freedom he had longed for in life. Nearby, Odysseus shared tales of his adventures, his voice animated as he recounted the trials he had conquered. Here, he was not just a hero, he was a friend, a storyteller, basking in the joy of camaraderie. Yet beneath the surface of their laughter, a subtle tension lingered. Even in paradise, the weight of choices made and paths taken hovered like a delicate mist. The spirits of the blessed reveled in their eternal rest, but whispers of longing stirred within their hearts. They had known the struggles of life. The desire for understanding remained, a flickering flame just beneath the surface. As time drifted in this ageless haven, a newcomer entered the Elysian fields, his presence a gentle ripple in the serenity. He was a man of humble beginnings, a farmer who had spent his days toiling under the sun, his hands calloused but his heart pure. In life, he had shared his harvest with those in need, finding joy in simple acts of kindness. His spirit glowed softly as he absorbed the splendor around him, the beauty of this paradise filling him with a sense of peace. But as he wandered through the splendor, something tugged at his soul. He approached a group of familiar faces, their names etched in the annals of history, great thinkers who had shaped the world with their ideas and philosophies. Yet, even among these luminaries, the farmer felt the weight of their unfulfilled desires. The philosopher Plato sat in deep contemplation, gazing out over the endless fields, as if searching for answers that eluded him even in death. The farmer sensed that each soul carried their own burdens, their legacies woven together like threads in a tapestry. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asked, his voice soft yet firm. "But does it fill the void inside?" Plato turned to him, his eyes wise and knowing. "Beauty surrounds us, yet even in paradise, the human heart yearns for understanding. We seek answers to questions that life left unanswered." The farmer nodded, feeling a connection that transcended time. He understood that paradise was not just a place of joy, it was a canvas for the soul's deepest yearnings. Here, amidst the laughter and light, the echoes of their lives mingled with the wind, a reminder that even amidst paradise, complexity lingered, a beautiful, haunting reminder of their humanity. In a distant corner of the fields, Eurydice stood beneath a willow tree, her beauty forever untouched by decay. Her heart still beat with a rhythm of love, a love that had crossed barriers of life and death. Orpheus, her beloved, had ventured into the depths of the underworld to reclaim her, but fate had played its cruel hand. She now existed in this paradise, yet her heart ached for the music that had once filled her life. The farmer approached her, sensing the shadows that danced in her eyes. "Is it not joyous here?" he asked gently. "Yes," she replied, a wistful smile gracing her lips. Yet, joy is bittersweet when love lingers unfulfilled. I am surrounded by beauty, but beauty cannot replace what was lost. The weight of her words hung in the air, a stark reminder that even in paradise, the heart could still ache. It was a bittersweet truth, one that resonated with the farmer and echoed with the others. Each spirit carried their stories, their dreams, and their regrets. They were blessed, yet bound by the threads of their memories. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Elysian fields, the atmosphere shifted. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, carrying with it whispers of the past. The joyous laughter faltered as a group of souls gathered at the edge of the fields, their faces drawn with concern. They spoke of a darkness that loomed, a reminder that paradise was not exempt from challenges. The farmer felt the tension in the air, a sense of urgency that pulled at his heart. He shared a glance with Achilles and Odysseus, who, despite their carefree demeanor, understood the gravity of the situation. In the distance, a shadow flickered at the border of their paradise, a reminder that even in the Elysian fields, the struggle between light and darkness was never far from reach. As the sun vanished completely, a hush fell over the fields. The stars blinked into existence, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a dark velvet sky. And in the silence, the whispers grew louder, echoing through the hearts of the blessed. Each spirit felt the call to confront the shadows that threatened their paradise, a call to stand united against the darkness that sought to encroach upon their eternal peace. The tension was palpable, a storm brewing beneath the surface of their paradise. Each soul understood that true peace was not merely the absence of sorrow, but the courage to face it head-on, together. And as the soft glow of the moon illuminated the fields, they prepared themselves for the challenge ahead, knowing that their bonds would be tested as they moved forward into the unknown. With hearts pounding and spirits ignited, they stepped toward the horizon, where the voice of destiny awaited. The Elysian fields was not only a paradise, it was a battleground for their souls, a place where they would confront the legacies they had forged in life. As they moved forward, a sense of purpose wrapped around them, binding them together in a tapestry woven from hope, courage, and the undeniable power of love. The Odyssey was far from over. The air was thick with despair, a palpable weight that pressed down on all who dared to enter. A shadowy abyss stretched endlessly before those weary souls, a foreboding landscape echoing with the cries of the damned. Tartarus, the ancient prison of the Greek underworld, loomed ominously with its jagged cliffs and swirling mists, a place where the very essence of punishment took root. This was no simple dungeon. It was a realm sculpted from fear, sorrow, and the echoes of sins too heavy to bear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last of its light flickered out, swallowed by the darkness that enveloped Tartarus. The gates of this cursed place creaked open, revealing the souls trapped within. They shuffled through the gloom, their faces twisted in eternal anguish, each one a testament to the horrors that awaited those who crossed the boundaries of morality. Each step was a reminder of the choices they had made, choices that now chained them to this realm of misery. In one corner of Tartarus, the sound of chains rattled, a chilling symphony that resonated through the depths. Sisyphus, the cunning king, was caught in an endless struggle against a boulder that seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. His laughter had once echoed through the halls of his palace, but now it was replaced by grunts of frustration as he clawed at the stone, the taste of defeat burning in his throat. With every moment, he was reminded of his cunning deception, a reminder that cleverness could turn against its wielder. Nearby, the gigantic figure of Tityus lay bound, his body stretched wide by serpents that coiled around him, biting and gnawing at his flesh. He had dared to defy the gods, and now his punishment was as eternal as his arrogance. His cries of agony echoed through the caverns, swallowed by the shadows, muffled yet haunting. The whispers of the other damned souls intermingled, a chorus of regret and despair, each voice a flickering flame in the abyss of sorrow. As the shadows danced, the air grew colder. A chill crept through Tartarus, wrapping around the hearts of the spectators who had come to witness the suffering. There, in the darkness, was a figure who stood apart, an embodiment of despair, Prometheus. Bound to a jagged rock, his liver was devoured daily by an eagle, only to regenerate and face the same torment again. The fire he had once gifted to humanity now roared in the distance, a flickering reminder of hope that he could never reach. Each scream of anguish from his lips echoed the agony of sacrifice, a martyr for mankind wrapped in the chains of his own choices. Further into the abyss, the haunting voice of the Furies could be heard, their wings rustling ominously as they pursued those who had committed grave sins. Their eyes burned with vengeance, each stare a promise of relentless retribution. They were the embodiment of guilt, tormenting the wicked with memories of their wrongdoings, dragging them deeper into despair. Those who crossed their paths were met with cries of accusation, each shriek a painful reminder of the betrayals and lies that had sealed their fates. In the distance, the walls of Tartarus whispered tales of heroes turned into shadows. The great Achilles, once a symbol of strength and valor, now wandered in the dark, haunted by his own pride. His spirit, once invincible, now carried the weight of choices made in the heat of battle. The glory he had sought turned to dust as he paced the empty corridors, his thoughts consumed by the friends he had lost and the blood that stained his honor. Among the echoes of despair, shadows shifted and swirled, revealing the lost souls who had believed themselves immune to the consequences of their actions. They had walked the earth, cloaked in arrogance, only to find themselves stripped bare in Tartarus. Here, they confronted the monsters they had created, a mirror to their own souls, reflections of greed, betrayal, and ambition. As the darkness deepened, a low rumble vibrated through the ground, a reminder of the titanic struggle that had forged this place. The very roots of the earth trembled as the echoes of the past collided with the present. At the center of it all sat Hades, the dark lord of the underworld, observing with an inscrutable gaze. He was both judge and keeper, holding the keys to the gates of despair. His presence was chilling, a reminder that not even death could grant release from the turmoil of one's own choices. In this realm of suffering, hope flickered like a dying ember, barely visible among the shadows. There were those who whispered of redemption, but the weight of their sins seemed to smother every glimmer of light. The stories of those who had escaped the grasp of Tartarus became legends, but for most, the path to freedom was a distant dream, hidden behind walls of agony and regret. The cries of the damned formed a haunting symphony, a ceaseless lament for the lives they had lived and the choices they had made. Each note was steeped in sorrow, intertwining with the echoes of the past. The stories of betrayal, ambition, and lost love intermingled, crafting a tapestry of despair that enveloped the very fabric of Tartarus. As the shadows whispered secrets of the damned, the cold air grew thick with emotion. It was a visceral reminder of the fragility of life, a powerful testament to the consequences of each choice made. The depths of Tartarus were not just a prison. They were a canvas painted with the pain and suffering of countless souls, each one marking their existence in the annals of time. Here, in this realm of torment, the cycle continued, an endless loop of punishment and despair, a testament to humanity's eternal struggle with its own nature. A dance of light and shadow played out, each step echoing with the weight of choices made and paths chosen, ensnaring all who found themselves within its grasp. A dark reminder that the journey of life, intertwined with the threads of fate, never truly ends. In a land where shadows mingle with whispers, the asphodel meadows lay stretched like a lush quilt beneath an endless sky. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, their delicate petals trembling in a gentle breeze. This was no ordinary place. It was a sanctuary for souls who had lived without the brilliance of extraordinary deeds or the weight of wickedness. Here, the ordinary found solace in the soft embrace of asphodel blooms, pale and unassuming, yet stunning in their quiet beauty. As sunlight cascaded through the ethereal fog, the meadows shimmered like a sea of forgotten dreams. Each blade of grass swayed to an ancient rhythm, a melody of lives lived without grandeur. Among the flowers, a figure wandered, lost in thought. His name was Alexios, a humble farmer in life who had never tasted fame or glory. He worked his fields under the sun, nurtured his crops, and raised a family without ever stepping into the spotlight. With every step he took in the meadows, he felt the weight of mundane existence lift from his shoulders. Alexios was joined by others, souls who shared the same fate, ordinary yet profoundly human. They wandered together, exchanging stories of their lives, filled with laughter, heartaches, and simple joys. A woman with gentle eyes spoke of her days as a baker, crafting bread that brought warmth to the hearts of her neighbors. A man, once a blacksmith, reminisced about the clang of metal and the feeling of shaping something from nothing. Each story was a thread woven into the tapestry of life, complex in its simplicity. Yet, as they shared their memories, a shadow flickered at the edges of the meadows. The air thickened, and a chill crept in, a reminder that even in this realm of peace, darkness lingered. Whispers of the past, echoes of those who had wandered too far into their own hearts, seeped through the vibrant fields. Legends spoke of souls who, burdened by regret or sorrow, strayed from the meadows. They became wraiths, haunting the periphery, forever searching for something they could never reclaim. The meadow glimmered with the soft glow of twilight, casting a surreal light over the gathering. Alexios felt that familiar tug on his heart, a longing for the people he had left behind. His children, now grown with lives of their own. His village, a tapestry of faces woven together by struggles and triumphs. A knot formed in his throat, and he wondered aloud, will they remember me? The question hung heavy in the air, met with silence, as the others pondered their own legacies. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the edges of the meadows, cloaked in dark robes. The atmosphere shifted, and the flowers stirred restlessly, as if sensing an intruder. The cloaked figure moved with purpose, their presence chilling the warmth of the sun. As they approached, whispers grew louder, swirling around the meadow like a storm. Alexios felt an inexplicable fear grip him. Was this the harbinger of the lost souls, come to claim those who were not strong enough to withstand their memories? Do you wish to remember? The figure asked, their voice a haunting melody that danced on the wind. Or do you prefer to forget? A shiver ran through the gathering, for this was a choice that resonated deep within each heart. Remembering meant facing the shadows, while forgetting risked losing the essence of who they were. One by one, the souls began to respond, each voice rising like an echo in the twilight. The baker spoke of her joy in kneading dough, the warmth of the fire against her skin, and the laughter of children who relished her creations. The blacksmith recalled the satisfaction of forging iron, the strength in his arms, and the pride in providing for his family. They chose to remember, embracing both the light and the dark, recognizing that every moment shaped their very being. But Alexios hesitated. Memories of his failures and missed opportunities rushed in like a tide, threatening to drown him. The weight of his choices bore down on him, and he felt the urge to turn away, to forget the pain that accompanied remembrance. Yet, as he looked around at the faces of his companions, he saw understanding in their eyes. They had all carried burdens, small yet significant pieces of their lives that shaped them into who they were. The figure in the dark robes stepped closer, and the air crackled with tension. Choosing to remember is a heavy burden, they warned, a note of sympathy lacing their voice, but it is also a pathway to freedom. The meadows seemed to breathe with this declaration, the flowers bending in a silent affirmation. The essence of life was not just in the grand gestures, but in the quiet, profound moments that made them whole. In that instant, the ground beneath them quaked, and a surge of energy rippled through the meadows. The souls stood together, bound by their shared experiences, their hearts beating in unison. They were ordinary, yes, but within that ordinariness lay an extraordinary connection, a bond forged in the fires of life's trials. Then, just as the atmosphere began to shimmer with hope, a great shadow loomed over the meadow. The wraiths, drawn by the strength of the gathering, began to emerge from the fog. Their faces were twisted with longing and despair, eyes hollow and searching. They reached out, not with malice, but with a desperate need to belong again, to be remembered. Fear clawed at Alexios' heart, yet he felt an undeniable pull toward the lost souls. He stepped forward, breaking the barrier of safety that held others back. "You are not forgotten," he called out, his voice strong and resolute. "You were loved, and you still matter." The wraiths paused, their forms wavered, shifting like mist. They hovered at the edge of the meadows, caught between the longing for connection and the pain of their choices. Alexios' words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. One by one, they began to step forward, hesitant yet hopeful. As they crossed into the warmth of the meadows, the flowers blossomed brighter, filling the air with the fragrance of new beginnings. But as the reunion unfolded, The cloaked figure watched from the shadows, their expression unreadable. The tension in the air thickened once more, a whisper of fate swirling around them, hinting that the choice had only just begun. Would they embrace the weight of their memories together, or would the shadows pull them back into the void? The meadows held their breath, a silent witness to the unfolding saga of ordinary souls seeking their place in a world that sought to forget. The air was thick with tension, vibrating with the sorrowful chords of Orpheus's lyre. Each strum echoed with the weight of his heart, pulling at the very fabric of the underworld. Orpheus, the son of Apollo, stood at the edge of the river Styx, where the cold water glimmered like glass, reflecting the shadows of the lost souls whispering in the darkness. The chilling winds carried the faintest scent of despair, a reminder of what he had lost, the love of his life, Eurydice. She was gone, taken too soon, the cruel hand of fate snatching her away. He recalled the moments shared under the sun, laughter dancing between them like fireflies. The way her smile could light up the darkest corners of his soul had been magic. Their love was a melody, a song that resonated through every crevice of his being. But now, that song was silenced, replaced by the haunting echoes of memories. The day she stepped into the meadow, only to be bitten by a snake, a twist of fate that shattered his world. With a fire that burned in his chest, Orpheus had decided that love could conquer even death. He was determined to reclaim Eurydice from Hades, the lord of the underworld, whose realm was a place of eternal night. Armed with his lyre, he knew its music had the power to soften even the hardest of hearts. The tragic song he strummed was not merely a plea, it was a declaration of love, a fierce flame that would not be extinguished. As he stepped onto the small boat that would carry him across the Styx, Charon, the grim ferryman, regarded him with weary eyes. The silence was heavy, filled with the unspoken stories of countless souls who had traveled this path before. Orpheus felt a shiver run through him, a warning perhaps, but he pressed on, fueled by a love that could not be dimmed. The waters roiled around them, swirling like the chaos in his heart. Once on the other side, he entered the kingdom of Hades, a place of shadows where the air felt thick with loss. The ghostly figures drifted by, their whispers like the rustle of leaves in an autumn breeze. They were remnants of lives once vibrant, now trapped in a somber twilight. Orpheus felt their sorrows seep into him. They too had loved and lost, and he was no different. He wandered through the desolate landscape until he found Hades and Persephone seated upon their dark thrones. Hades, with his piercing gaze, regarded Orpheus with a mix of intrigue and caution. Perhaps he was amused, perhaps curious about the mortal who dared to challenge his domain. Persephone's gentle presence filled the air with a bittersweet longing, her own story entwined with the themes of love and loss. "Your music is powerful," Hades finally spoke, his voice echoing like thunder in the cavernous hall. "But do you truly believe it can change the course of destiny?" With a breath that caught in his throat, Orpheus began to play. The notes floated through the air, wrapping around the shadows like a warm embrace. Each chord held the weight of his heartache, the longing for Eurydice, the desperation of a man who refused to accept the finality of death. It was a melody that spoke of passion and pain, of an unwavering devotion that could bridge any chasm. As the music swirled, even the spirits of the underworld began to stir. Hades leaned forward, visibly moved by the haunting beauty. Persephone's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting the sorrow of both the living and the dead. For a moment, the very walls of the underworld seemed to shake, reverberating with the power of Orpheus's love. In that instant, hope blossomed in his chest. Perhaps even a god could be swayed by the purity of true love. Orpheus poured everything into the final notes, a desperate plea to restore the life that had been so cruelly taken. Hades, feeling the weight of the music, allowed a flicker of compassion to shine through his dark exterior. "You may take her," he said slowly, "but there is a condition. You must not look back at her until you both reach the surface. Do you understand the stakes?" The words hung heavily in the air. Orpheus nodded, determination etched on his face. The prospect of reuniting with Eurydice filled him with a fierce hope. With a wave of his hand, Hades summoned Eurydice from the shadows. She emerged, ethereal and shimmering, like a dream that had come to life. Orpheus's heart raced, but he forced himself to keep his eyes forward. With each step they took towards the light, he felt her presence, the warmth of her spirit, brushing against him like a gentle caress. But the promise of Hades echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the fragile thread that held their fate. As they ascended from the depths of despair, the air grew lighter, filled with the sense of earth and life. Orpheus could hear the rustle of leaves above, a symphony of nature calling them home, but the temptation to turn back became a gnawing ache in his soul. Was she truly there? Would he lose her again? The distance shrank, and anxiety pulsed through him like a wild animal. The weight of his love battled against the fear of loss. Just as they neared the threshold of the world above, the urge to look back became unbearable. He longed for a glimpse of her face, the one that had haunted him in every waking moment. And then, unable to resist, Orpheus turned. Eurydice, her eyes shining with a mixture of love and sorrow, was caught in the moment. As their gazes locked, a terrifying reality unfolded. The moment was fragile, like a bubble ready to burst. The look of understanding in her eyes shattered him. She was pulled back into the shadows, her form dissolving into the darkness. Orpheus's heart broke anew. The music stopped, silence enveloped him, and he was left with nothing but the echo of his own despair. He had ventured into the depths of Hades, braved the wrath of the gods, and yet he stood alone once more, haunted by the love he could not reclaim. The underworld remained a stark reminder of what was lost, and as he stumbled back through the gates, the air felt heavy with grief. Each step weighed down with the knowledge that love, while powerful, could also lead to the most profound of losses. He would wander the earth, a shadow of the man he once was, searching for solace in the very music that had once brought them together. The lyre hung at his side, whispering the song of his heartache, a melody that would never fade. The journey had changed him, but the love remained, a bittersweet echo in an unforgiving world. Persephone stood at the edge of the sun-drenched meadow, the gentle breeze teasing her long, dark hair as it danced around her shoulders. The vibrant colors of blooming flowers surrounded her, painting a picture of life and joy. Yet, lurking in the corners of her mind was an unsettling shadow. She could feel it calling her, a weight that pulled at her very essence. Each flower, each laughter-filled moment was tinged with the bittersweet knowledge of her dual existence. In the depths of the earth, far beneath the surface, where light dared not tread, lay the realm she also called home. There, the air was thick and heavy, filled with whispers of souls long departed. Hades, the lord of the underworld, awaited her return. He was both her captor and her partner, a man of darkness who shared with her a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Their bond was forged not just by love, but by the gravity of fate. She was his queen, a title that carried both honor and sorrow. As she plucked a flower from the ground, its vibrant petals soft against her fingertips, she felt an electric pulse of energy. It was the thrill of life, the warmth of summer, but also the inevitable chill of winter that awaited her. For Persephone, spring was fleeting, a delicate dance before the curtain dropped into the cold embrace of the underworld. She often felt as if she were trapped in a cycle, spinning between the worlds of light and darkness, joy and despair. Her heart ached whenever she thought of her mother, Demeter, the goddess of harvest and motherhood. Demeter's love for her was fierce, a passion that could bring the very earth to bloom or wither in despair. When Hades had taken Persephone, Demeter's grief had plunged the world into a barren winter. Nature itself had echoed the anguish of a mother's heart, and Persephone had felt that pain reverberate within her. In the underworld, Persephone was draped in shadows, adorned in a gown woven from the essence of lost souls. She glided through the dim-lit halls of Hades' kingdom, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. The spirits that roamed the underworld viewed her with reverence and fear, for she held the power of the seasons in her hands. Some would plead for mercy, their sorrow spilling over like a flood, while others would stare at her with hollow eyes, longing for the warmth of life they lost. Yet Persephone was not merely a figure of sorrow, she was a beacon of hope for those who had passed. With every arrival in her dark domain, she would sprinkle pomegranate seeds, a symbol of rebirth and renewal, reminding them that even in death there was a cycle of life. Her laughter, when it rang through the caverns of the underworld, sent shivers down the spines of the lost. It was the sound of spring, a promise that renewal would always follow decay. There were moments, fleeting yet profound, when she felt the pull of her two worlds more intensely. Standing in her garden under the sun, she would sway to the rhythm of the earth coming alive, feeling the pulse of every blade of grass and flower petal. Yet, just as quickly, she would find herself bathed in the dim glow of the underworld, where shadows flickered like candle flames and whispers of the forgotten wrapped around her like a shroud. Her time with Hades was filled with both tenderness and tension. He was a complex figure, a man of formidable power, yet deeply lonely. He understood the weight of her dual existence better than anyone else. Persephone could see the flicker of vulnerability behind his stern demeanor, a longing for companionship that mirrored her own. They often stood together at the banks of the river Styx, gazing into the depths that separated their lives. In those moments, the emotional storm within her would settle, and they would share stories of their respective realms. She would speak of the warmth of the sun, and he would recount tales of those who had wandered too far into the shadows. But there were also moments of doubt, when the weight of her choices pressed down heavily on her heart. Did she belong more to the bright fields of her mother, or to the dark halls of the underworld? Each time she returned to Hades, she felt the sting of separation from her mother. Each reunion with Demeter was a beautiful, yet agonizing reminder of what she'd left behind. One day, as autumn leaves began to fall, Persephone sensed the shift in the air. The time to return to Hades was near, and it filled her with a mix of dread and longing. She wandered deeper into the woods, away from the laughter of her friends. The trees whispered secrets of the past, and as the chill nipped at her skin, she felt the shadows of the underworld calling her name, a siren song that resonated within her soul. As she stood before the ancient pomegranate tree, a fruit of seduction and sorrow, her heart raced. The seeds glistened like tiny rubies, each one a fragment of the life she had chosen. In that moment, she understood the depth of her duality. She was not merely a victim of circumstances. She was a powerful force of nature. She could bring life from death, joy from pain, and light from darkness. With a deep breath, she plucked a pomegranate, its skin smooth and inviting. As she held it in her hands, she felt the pulse of both her worlds thrumming through her veins. Her decision lay before her, an unspoken promise to honor both her mother and her husband, to bridge the gap between the sun-soaked fields and the shadowy depths of the earth. And as she stood there, suspended between two realms, a knowing smile crept across her lips. The shadows may beckon, but the sun would always shine down on her. In that moment, Persephone realized she was both queen of the living and ruler of the dead, a symbol of hope and despair entwined eternally. Just as the first chill of winter began to creep into the air, she took a step forward, ready to embrace her destiny, knowing that the dance between the worlds of light and dark would continue, a delicate balance that only she could maintain. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the fields of blooming flowers. It was a day like any other, and yet there was a strange tension in the air, a whisper of something impending. The world seemed to hold its breath. Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, danced among the petals, her laughter ringing out like a sweet melody. Little did she know that this would be the last moment of carefree joy, before darkness would drape itself like a heavy cloak over her life. As Persephone twirled, her long hair caught the light, shimmering like spun gold. Her beauty was captivating, and it was not lost on anyone who saw her. But among the onlookers, none were more enchanted than Hades, the god of the underworld. Hidden in the shadows, he watched her with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. The Lord of the Dead had long been lonely, and his heart, cold and desolate, began to thaw at the sight of the vibrant maiden. But love, in its rawest form, often comes with a price. When the earth trembled beneath her feet, the flowers around Persephone trembled too, as if they sensed the shift in the wind. A crack opened in the ground, dark and foreboding, and before she could grasp the enormity of what was happening, Hades emerged, cloaked in darkness, a figure of both dread and allure. "Come with me," he commanded, his voice both a promise and a threat, echoing with an inescapable pull. Persephone's heart raced as she felt herself being drawn into the abyss. With a sudden explosion of fear, she grasped the flowers around her, their petals slipping through her fingers like fleeting moments of happiness. Her cries for help rang out, but the sun's warmth began to fade, replaced by the cold grip of the underworld. Demeter, far away, felt a tremor in her heart, an echo of her daughter's despair. She was the goddess of the harvest, the earth's caretaker, and when she realized Persephone was missing, a chilling dread rolled over her, like an uninvited storm. Frantic, she searched every corner of the earth, calling out her daughter's name, her voice thick with anguish. The flowers wilted, the crops began to die, and the world turned gray, mirroring her sorrow. In the shadowy depths of the underworld, Persephone found herself in a realm so starkly different from the vibrant fields she had loved. Hades looked at her, his eyes a mix of longing and possession. "You will be my queen," he declared, as if sealing a fate that would bind them together in a cruel twist of love and power. The dark halls echoed his proclamation, each word heavy with consequence. Persephone's heart ached. She was torn between the love she felt for the beauty of life above and the strange allure of the dark god who had taken her. In those moments, she learned the bitter taste of loss. Her laughter silenced, her freedom stripped away. Yet, deep within her, there flickered a flame, a stubborn spirit that refused to be extinguished. She wasn't just a victim, she was a force waiting to be reckoned with. Days turned into months in the underworld, where shadows danced in candlelight. Hades, though fierce and cold, revealed glimpses of his heart to Persephone, moments when his facade softened, and the loneliness that had haunted him for eons seeped through. He shared stories of his kingdom, tales of souls lost and found, and slowly, a bond began to form, woven from threads of both love and desperation. Still, Persephone's heart ached for the sun. She missed the warmth of her mother's embrace, the laughter of the nymphs, the delicate touch of life above. Each sunset was a reminder of what she had lost. And yet, there were moments when she found herself drawn to Hades, a part of her curious about the depths of his soul, longing to understand the darkness that surrounded him. But love that is rooted in loss is a fragile thing. One day, as she wandered through the dimly lit halls, Persephone stumbled upon a garden of shadows, a place where lost souls wandered, heavy with regret. She saw echoes of her own sorrow reflected in their eyes, and it shook her to her core. She realized that she was not just a prisoner in this world. She was becoming a part of it, her laughter fading into the silence of despair. And then, one fateful day, a chance arrived, a way to return to the surface. The gods had convened, and a desperate Demeter had pleaded for her daughter's return. The earth trembled once more, and Persephone felt the weight of her mother's love reaching out to her, wrapping around her like a warm blanket. Hades, sensing the shift, faced a choice that would define his eternal existence. "Eat this," he offered, presenting her with pomegranate seeds, the tempting red fruit glistening like forbidden jewels. "If you partake, you will be bound to me, but you will also return." The ground shook with the gravity of his words. Persephone hesitated, the seeds a powerful reminder of both desire and entrapment. With a heart heavy with conflicting emotions, she took the seeds. Each bite was a mixture of sweetness and bitterness, a promise of reunion laced with the pain of separation. As the taste lingered on her tongue, she felt the pull of both worlds, caught in a web of love and loss that would shape her destiny forever. And as the world above awaited her return, blooming with hope, the dark corridors of the underworld echoed with her choice. The air thickened with tension, the shadows quivered, and the endless cycle of love and loss began anew, intertwining Persephone's fate with that of her captor. The consequences of her choice loomed, a reminder that every act of love comes with its own heartache, forever linking the beauty of dawn with the darkness of twilight. In that moment, as Persephone stood between two worlds, the seeds of change were sown, and the story continued, teetering on the edge of fate, where love and loss danced in an eternal embrace, forever entwined. Winter had wrapped the world in a shroud of silence, a heavy blanket of white that muffled every sound. In this frozen landscape, life had retreated, the earth holding its breath, yet beneath the surface, a heartbeat pulsed, waiting for a signal, a tremor of warmth, a whisper of spring. It was in this stark contrast, the quietude of winter and the promise of rebirth, that the tale of Hades and Persephone unfolded, a story etched into the very fabric of life and death, growth and decay. In the ancient world, Persephone was not merely a goddess of spring. She symbolized hope, the light that pierced through the darkest of times. Her laughter was the sound of blooming flowers, and her tears became the morning dew glistening on petals. Yet, beneath her vibrant exterior lay a deeper truth, a truth born from the shadows of her dual existence. Caught between the realms of her mother, Demeter, and her husband, Hades. Every autumn, when the leaves turned crimson and gold, Persephone would descend into the underworld, a realm of darkness and despair ruled by Hades. Here, the air was thick with sorrow, and lost souls wandered aimlessly, yearning for the warmth of the sun. Yet in her presence, even that bleak world found a spark of life. Flowers, rare and luminous, burst forth from the depths of despair whenever she walked the shadowed halls, reminding all who lingered there of the beauty that could still exist, even in the darkest corners of existence. The story of their love was not one of easy happiness. It was a union forged in the tension of contrasts, the light and the dark, the living and the dead. Hades, often misunderstood, was not merely the god of the underworld. He was a keeper of balance, the guardian of souls. His realm was filled with the echoes of those who had passed, a place where life and death intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, eternally bound yet starkly separate. Persephone's arrival each spring signaled the Earth's awakening. As she emerged from the depths, the world would stir, shaking off the shackles of winter. Flowers broke through the frozen ground, pushing their way towards the sun, eager to bask in its warmth. The trees donned their emerald gowns, and birds returned, singing melodies of joy that echoed across fields and valleys. Each bloom, each flutter of wings, was a tribute to her return, a celebration of life conquering death. But even with her vibrant spirit, Persephone carried the weight of the underworld in her heart. When she danced among the blossoms, the shadows of her other life lingered, a reminder of the souls she left behind. Each year, as she entered the realm of the living, the balance shifted. Demeter, her mother, rejoiced, her abundant harvests a testament to her happiness. But as summer waned, a quiet dread would settle over the land, a palpable tension that whispered of the inevitable return to darkness. Hades, in his silent territory, felt the pull of his beloved. He was a ruler who longed for companionship amid the stillness. His heart, often seen as cold and unyielding, burned with an intensity that defied the chill of his realm. He would watch Persephone from afar, marveling at her ability to bring light to his darkened halls. But with each passing season, he sensed the looming departure, the bittersweet cycle that bound them together yet kept them apart. As autumn approached, the earth would begin to mourn. Leaves fell like tears, spiraling to the ground in a silent farewell. The air grew crisp, laden with a sense of inevitability. Demeter, sensing the shift, would withdraw into herself, her grief palpable in every wilted blossom and withered fruit. The people would feel it too, a heaviness in their hearts, as though the sun itself had dimmed. The world prepared for the cold embrace of winter, a season of waiting and despair. In the underworld, Persephone prepared for her descent. It was a time of sorrow, yet also a time of connection. Hades would take her hand, and they would walk through the fields of asphodel, where souls lingered, always yearning for what they had lost. Together, they would listen to the stories of the departed, offering solace where they could. Each tale was a reminder of life's fragility, of the beauty that could be found even in loss. Persephone, with her radiant spirit, would bring light to their shadows, a flicker of hope in their eternal night. As the last of the autumn leaves fell, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of darkness. The moment arrived when Persephone would descend, a bittersweet farewell that tugged at the heartstrings of all who understood the seasonal dance between life and death. It was in this moment that the cycle of nature mirrored the cycle of human existence, full of love, loss, and the promise of renewal. And so, as Persephone disappeared into the depths once more, winter descended with its cold grasp. The world lay still, wrapped in the quiet embrace of snow and silence. Yet beneath the surface, life was waiting for the moment when warmth would return, when laughter would echo again, when the cycle would begin anew. Somewhere deep in the earth, Persephone and Hades watched over both their realms, a guardian of balance, a testament to the intertwining of love and loss. As the seasons turned, the stories of Hades and Persephone would be woven into the fabric of existence, celebrated and mourned by those who understood the powerful dance of life and death, the eternal rhythm that bound them all together. In the shadowy corners of ancient myth, where the whispers of the dead lingered like the autumn fog, three formidable figures emerged, cloaked in the darkness of vengeance. They were not mere shadows. They were the Furies, avenging spirits born from the depths of agony and justice. With serpents entwined in their hair and eyes that burned like embers, they were the embodiment of wrath, and their presence sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened souls. For centuries they roamed the underworld, an unyielding force for retribution, holding dominion over the guilty. Every step they took echoed with the cries of the wronged, a haunting reminder that one could not escape the consequences of their actions. The very air thickened with tension as they approached, and the ground trembled beneath them, as if sensing the impending reckoning. The Furies, known as the Erinyes in the ancient tongue, were daughters of Gaia, birthed from the blood of Uranus when he was castrated by his son Cronus. Their existence was rooted in primal chaos, and they thrived on the suffering of humankind. To those who had wronged others, they were merciless, haunting their dreams and whispering tales of their sins until they could bear it no longer. It was said that their voices echoed in the silence of the night, a chilling serenade that called forth the worst fears of the guilty. In the dark recesses of Hades, the Furies kept watch, their haunting figures flitting about like shadows. The damned souls, trapped in their eternal torment, could feel the icy fingers of despair crawling up their spines as they awaited judgment. The Furies were relentless in their pursuit, their eyes scanning for any sign of betrayal and injustice. Each flicker of movement ignited their fury, and the air crackled with the intensity of their wrath. They were not mere specters of revenge, they were guardians of justice, ensuring that no crime went unpunished. Yet, there was a cruel irony to their existence. The very souls they punished were often those who had fallen from grace, those who had once been beloved and admired. The Furies delighted in turning heroes into villains, their laughter a chilling melody that echoed through the halls of the underworld. One such soul was Orestes, burdened by the weight of his mother's blood on his hands. He had slain her in a fit of madness, driven by the insatiable desire for vengeance. As he wandered through the misty corridors of the underworld, the Furies descended upon him like a storm, their serpentine hair writhing with fury. They loomed above him, their presence suffocating, their voices a cacophony of anguish. "You cannot escape the pain you have caused," they hissed, and with each word, they wove a tapestry of despair around him. Orestes felt their icy grip tightening around his soul, each tendril of venom wrapping around his heart. Memories flooded his mind, the anguished cries of his mother, the blood that stained his hands, and the guilt that gnawed at him like a relentless beast. The Furies reveled in his torment, feeding on his anguish, their laughter echoing through the caverns of despair. But beneath their fearsome exterior lay a deeper truth. The Furies were not merely instruments of vengeance, they were woven into the fabric of fate itself. They were the arbiters of justice, ensuring that the balance of the universe was restored. In their eyes, every act of betrayal warranted a price, and they collected with an unwavering resolve. Their existence was a reminder that morality was not an abstract concept, but a living, breathing force that demanded accountability. Even the gods trembled at the thought of crossing the Furies. When Aeschylus wrote about them in his tragedies, he captured their essence perfectly, their relentless pursuit of justice, their insatiable hunger for retribution. They were both feared and revered, a dichotomy that added to their mystique. In their dark embrace, they illuminated the truth about the human condition, that no one is above the consequences of their actions. As the Furies continued their relentless hunt, the realms of the living and the dead intertwined, creating a tapestry of fate that spanned generations. Tales of their wrath echoed in the hearts of those who dared to commit wrongs, the very thought of invoking their ire causing even the bravest souls to shudder. They were the haunting figures in the stories passed down through time, a warning whispered in the dark. In the underworld, the Furies stood sentinel, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. They watched as new souls arrived, bearing the weight of their burdens. And with every arrival, their hunger for justice grew. The air crackled with the promise of their relentless pursuit, an unyielding reminder that no one could escape the consequences of their deeds. The chill of their presence wrapped around the condemned like a shroud, and despair filled the space where hope once resided. Among the tormented souls, the tales of the Furies spread like wildfire. They became legends, woven into the fabric of despair and justice, cementing their place as fearsome figures in the minds of mortals. And so, The Furies continued their tireless work, their presence a haunting melody that echoed through the ages, a reminder that vengeance is a powerful force, and justice, no matter how cruel, would always be served. As they moved through the shadows of the underworld, the Furies embodied the storm that raged within the human heart, a tempest of rage, sorrow, and the unquenchable thirst for revenge. Their stories intertwined with the fates of those they pursued, creating an eternal cycle of retribution that echoed through the corridors of time, where the lines between justice and vengeance blurred, leaving a path paved with the sobs of the guilty. And in that ever-turning wheel of fate, the Furies would continue their vigil, forever watching, forever waiting, ensuring that no wrong went unpunished, no heart unbroken, and no soul unclaimed. Beneath a shrouded canopy of mist lies a world where shadows dance, and the air is thick with an unsettling stillness. The gates loomed, grand yet ominous, wrought from iron and adorned with twisted vines that seemed to pulse with an ancient life of their own. This was no ordinary threshold, it was the entrance to Hades, the underworld where the souls of the departed dwelled. And at the heart of this dark domain, a creature unlike any other stood watch, a three-headed dog named Cerberus. Cerberus, the hound of hell, had a presence that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. Each of his three heads had its own personality. One was fierce and proud, growling with authority. The second was curious, its bright eyes searching for any signs of deception. The third, sorrowful and wise, seemed to understand the weight of the lost souls passing by. His fur was as dark as the night sky, and his eyes glowed with an ethereal light, casting an eerie glow over the entrance he guarded. The air felt charged with tension as living beings approached the gates. Few had the courage to cross into Hades, but those who did felt the weight of inevitability pressing upon them. Each step towards Cerberus was a dance with fate, a confrontation with the essence of mortality itself. The soft whispers of the souls around them echoed softly, their stories woven into the fabric of ancient history, tales of love, loss, and longing. As visitors drew near, Cerberus took notice. With a low growl rumbling from deep within his chest, he unfurled his massive form, towering over the trembling mortals. The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Those who ventured close could feel their hearts race, the primal instinct to flee rising within them. Yet, Cerberus was not merely a beast of terror, he was a gatekeeper, bound by duty to ensure that none could enter without permission. His fierce loyalty to Hades was unwavering, and he had been tasked with safeguarding the souls within his realm. The legend of Cerberus was woven through the tapestry of Greek mythology, painted with strokes of both fear and admiration. He was the offspring of the fearsome Echidna and the monstrous Typhon, a creature born of chaos, meant to embody the darkness that awaited those who ventured too far into the unknown. Many heroes had faced him, believing that brute strength could overcome the Guardian, yet they quickly learned that intellect and compassion were far more potent weapons. One of the most remarkable encounters involved the hero Heracles, who was set to capture Cerberus as one of his 12 labors. Driven by a mix of determination and dread, Heracles approached the gates, knowing that he faced not just a beast, but a powerful symbol of life and death. He came not with weapons drawn, but with a heart full of resolve. As he looked into Cerberus's piercing eyes, he felt the weight of countless souls behind him, their stories begging to be remembered. This was not just a quest for glory, it was a moment steeped in respect for the cycle of life. Heracles, with his strength and his heart, managed to tame the beast. He embraced Cerberus, allowing the creature to sense his intentions. For an instant, the growls faded, replaced by a stillness that felt almost sacred. In that fleeting moment, the lines between predator and protector blurred, revealing the bittersweet truth. Cerberus was not just a monster, but a guardian of those who had passed, a sentinel of their stories. But the story of Cerberus does not end there. It spirals through countless encounters, each tinged with the emotions of those who faced him. The souls who approached the gates carried their burdens, filled with regrets and hopes, their lives flickering like candle flames in the wind. Some sought solace, others came to confront their demons, And in each case, Cerberus stood between them and the unknown. His role as guardian was not merely a job, it was an ancient tradition. From the moment the first soul crossed the threshold into Hades, Cerberus had been there, a witness to the human condition throughout time. He had seen the strongest and the weakest, the bravest and the most cowardly. Each soul that passed through the gates left an imprint on his heart, a reminder of the life they had lived and the choices that had led them here. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue over the landscape, a shiver ran through the souls lingering near the gates. The night was alive with whispers of those who had once walked among the living. Cerberus, in all his majestic terror, remained unfazed, steadfast in his duty. His heads turned in unison, each attuned to the emotions swirling in the air. Was it fear? Was it acceptance? Or perhaps a desperate hope that somehow, beyond the gates, lay a chance for redemption? In the shadows, the restless spirits hovered, yearning to be acknowledged, their stories intertwining with the living who approached the gates. It was a tense interplay, a reminder that life and death were but two sides of the same coin. Cerberus, with his fierce loyalty and deep understanding, became an echo of their longing, a bridge connecting the past with the present. As the gates creaked open, a haunting melody resonated from beyond, drawing the souls forward into the unknown. Cerberus watched, his head tilting slightly, as if pondering the weight of their decisions. The moment teetered on a knife's edge, filled with a tension that sparked like electricity in the air. Those who stood before him felt their hearts synchronize with the rhythm of the underworld, a place where nothing was as it seemed, where every entrance held the promise of a story waiting to be told. And just as the last echoes of the souls faded into the darkness, Cerberus remained, steadfast and unwavering, his watch continuing as night fell. The cycle of life and death spun on, and the keeper of the gates stood ready for the next moment, the next soul, the next story to unfold. The mystery of Hades lingered just beyond, ever present, and Cerberus was its unwavering guardian, a testament to the timeless dance between fear and acceptance, love and loss, life and death. The flickering flames danced in the stillness of the night, casting ghostly shadows on the ancient stone. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, a heady mix of herbs and burnt animal flesh, mingling with the cold breath of the underworld. It was a night like no other, the kind that sent shivers down the spine and raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. In the dim light, figures cloaked in dark robes moved purposefully, their faces hidden beneath hoods, each step echoing the weight of the ritual about to unfold. As they gathered around an altar, a somber hush fell over the crowd. Here, on this sacred ground dedicated to Hades, the god of the dead, every heartbeat felt significant. The sacrifices made on this night were not mere offerings, they were life and death, hope and despair, woven into the very fabric of existence. The flickering light illuminated their hands, trembling slightly as they prepared to present their gifts to the Lord of the Underworld. A young woman stood at the forefront, her heart pounding like a drum. She clutched a small, bleating lamb, its wide eyes reflecting her fear. This lamb would carry not just her offering, but her deepest sorrow, the loss of her beloved father, who had recently crossed the threshold into Hades' domain. Each breath she took felt heavier than the last, each second stretching out, filled with the weight of grief. This sacrifice was her way of reaching out to the darkness, a desperate attempt to connect with the one she had lost. The crowd remained silent, their breaths held in anticipation, as the high priest stepped forward. His voice, low and resonant, filled the air. He began to chant ancient words, a melody that spoke of the past and the future intertwined. The invocation was a thread connecting the living to the dead, a call to Hades himself, urging him to listen to the pleas of his worshippers. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension hanging thick, almost suffocating. As the priest raised his hands to the night sky, the stars above seemed to dim, as if in reverence. The young woman stepped closer to the altar, the lamb trembling in her arms. "Accept this gift," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "Let it carry my love to him." With trembling hands, she placed the lamb on the altar, a sacrifice meant to appease the god of the underworld. The moment the lamb was laid down, the flames erupted higher, casting flickering shadows that danced like souls wandering the twilight. The heart of the crowd beat in unison with the crackling fire, each flicker a reminder of life and loss. The priest continued his chants, words steeped in history, echoing the sacrifices made generations before. He spoke of the ancient rites of heroes and mortals who had walked this very path, who had faced the darkness and made their offerings to the god who ruled the shadowy depths. Each tale wrapped around the young woman's heart, binding her grief to the legacy of those who had come before her. As the flames consumed the lamb, a soft wind swept through the gathering, stirring the robes of the participants. It felt as though the very breath of Hades whispered through the night, carrying with it the hopes and fears of those left behind. The priest's voice rose, filled with a fervor that sent chills racing down the spines of the onlookers. "O Hades, king of shadows, accept this offering. Let the spirit of the Lamb join the souls below, and may our hearts find peace in your realm." Tears streamed down the young woman's face, mingling with the ash that settled on her skin. She felt the weight of the moment, the gravity of the rite. Every sacrifice spoke of love, loss, and the longing for connection, a desperate grasp for something that lay just beyond reach. She could almost hear her father's laughter in the wind, whispering promises of reunion and solace. The other participants raised their own offerings, fruits and grains, draped in flower petals, their glistening eyes reflecting the shared pain and hope. They were bound by the ritual, united in their quest for peace and understanding in the face of death's relentless grasp. Each token carried a story, a memory, a plea. Together, they formed a tapestry of human experience, rich and textured, woven with threads of grief and gratitude. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the night as a branch snapped nearby, causing the participants to startle, eyes widened with fear. Had Hades sent a sign? Was he displeased? The high priest paused, his voice faltering for the briefest of moments before he pressed on, determined to finish the sacred rite. The flames flickered wildly, as if in response to the disturbance, and the crowd held their breath, tension thickening the air like a heavy fog. In that moment, the young woman felt a deep stirring within her, a surge of courage igniting her spirit. She stepped forward again, her voice rising above the crackling fire and the whispers of the wind. "Please, Hades, accept my love." The words tumbled from her lips, raw and powerful, echoing through the night as her heart poured forth. "Guide my father, protect his spirit. Let him know he is not forgotten." The wind picked up, swirling around her, wrapping her in its embrace. The flames roared higher, casting a brilliant light against the encroaching darkness. It was a moment of connection, a bridge between the living and the dead, where sacrifice bore the weight of emotion, binding past and present in an eternal dance. The crowd held its breath, waiting for a response, a sign that their sacrifices had not gone unnoticed. As the light flickered and swayed, shadows formed, twisting and turning, weaving through the gathered souls like whispers of the departed. Each flicker danced in time with the memories shared, a reminder that sacrifice, in all its forms, was a testament to love and loss. The night pulsed with energy, emotions intertwining in a symphony of hope and despair. As the veil between worlds thinned and the presence of Hades seemed to loom ever closer, the high priest raised his arms once more, tears glistening on his weathered face, and the air grew electric. The sacrifices made, the rites performed, all led to this moment of heightened emotion, where fear and hope collided in a bittersweet embrace. The flames roared, shadows deepened, and in that charged atmosphere, the power of sacrifice resonated through the night, a promise that though the living and the dead were separated by an unfathomable chasm, the bonds of love could bridge even the darkest of voids. There once was a man named Sisyphus, a king who wore the crown of deceit and cunning like a cloak. His kingdom, nestled in the rocky cliffs of ancient Greece, thrived on treachery. For every ascent he made to power, he left a trail of betrayal, his hands stained with the shadows of those he had wronged. But in the depths of the underworld, the gods were watching, and their patience was wearing thin. One fateful day, as Sisyphus reveled in his cleverness, he thought he had outsmarted death itself. He shackled Thanatos, the personification of death, in chains, believing he could cheat fate. But the cosmos has its own rhythm, and the gods, with their divine fury, unleashed their punishment. When the fateful moment came, Sisyphus found himself condemned to an eternal struggle, forever pushing a massive boulder up a steep hill, only to watch it roll back down each time he neared the summit. This was no mere punishment. It was a testament to his hubris. The sun blazed overhead as Sisyphus gripped the rough stone, feeling the texture against his palms, a cruel reminder of his plight. The boulder was cold, unyielding, a monstrous weight that defied his every effort. With each heave, his heart raced, a tempest of hope and despair. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the dust of the rocky terrain. As he pushed, he glimpsed the apex of the hill, a beacon of freedom that flickered just out of reach. For a moment, he allowed himself to dream of release, the sweet taste of success. But in an instant, the boulder would slip from his grasp, rolling back down, erasing every ounce of progress he had made. The cycle was relentless. Day after day, Sisyphus faced the same grueling task, the same heart-wrenching disappointment. The hill became a prison, the boulder a reflection of his own unending struggle. As he pushed, he felt the voices of lost souls echoing in his mind, whispering tales of their own failures and regrets. Each stone was a reminder of the inevitability of struggle, a mirror reflecting humanity's existential plight. The gods had crafted his punishment with exquisite cruelty, for they knew that the act of pushing the boulder would become a metaphor for life itself, a Sisyphean cycle of hope, effort, and despair. Yet, there was a flicker of something deeper in Sisyphus. In the face of his torment, he discovered a strange strength. The sun would rise, and he would rise with it, embracing the labor that chained him. Each day broke with the promise of struggle, but with it came the resilience of the human spirit. He became a figure of defiance, a warrior against the absurdity of existence. The boulder was a relentless adversary, but it also became his companion, a constant presence that demanded everything of him. The valley below, once a symbol of his failure, transformed into a canvas of his determination. As he approached the summit once again, the stones beneath his feet crunched with a satisfying sound, each step a testament to his perseverance. The horizon stretched wide, filled with blue skies and wispy clouds, but the summit remained elusive. The moment he reached for the boulder, a surge of energy coursed through him. Could this time be different? Would the gods watch in silence, or would they grant him the mercy he sought? The weight shifted dramatically, and in a cruel twist, it rolled away from him, plummeting down the hill, mocking his victory. In those moments of despair, a quiet realization washed over Sisyphus. It was not the success at the top that mattered, but the effort, the struggle, the sheer act of pushing against the odds. He felt a strange kinship with his fate. Each time he began again, muscles aching and spirit bruised, he found meaning in the chaos. The gods had crafted a punishment, but he shaped it into a narrative of resilience. He became more than just a king. He became a symbol of the human condition, an eternal seeker of purpose in a world that often felt meaningless. In the distance, other souls wandered, trapped in their own cycles of struggle. Each had their own boulders to push, their own hills to climb. Sisyphus noticed them, their faces etched with frustration and fatigue. It struck him then, their struggles mirrored his. He was not alone in this absurd existence. They were all bound by the weight of their own choices, their own fates. As he pushed, he found himself surrounded by their collective grief and hope. Together, they formed a poignant reminder of the beauty in persistence. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground. As Sisyphus prepared for yet another ascent, he could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, yet also a flicker of determination igniting within. The boulder loomed before him, a reminder of his past, but also a promise of the strength he carried. With every push, he felt himself becoming part of something greater, a tapestry of struggle woven through time, a connection that transcended the individual. And so Sisyphus pushed. He pushed not just for himself, but for every soul who had ever faced a hill too steep to climb, for every heart that had felt the sting of defeat. The gods may have condemned him to this eternal cycle, but they could never extinguish the fire that burned within him. Each day was a testament to the human spirit, a declaration that, even in the face of insurmountable odds, one could find meaning in the struggle itself. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, darkness settled in, wrapping around him like a comforting shroud. But the night was not the end. It was only a pause before the dawn. Sisyphus rested for a moment, breathing in the cool air, feeling the pulse of life around him. Tomorrow he would rise again, and with him the cycle would continue. The boulder would always be there, but so would his heart, unbroken, defiant, and unyielding in the face of eternity. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and the echoes of lost souls. Heracles stood at the edge of the dark chasm, his heart pounding like a war drum. Before him lay the entrance to Hades, the underworld ruled by the grim god, and a realm where the living feared to tread, but where he must go to reclaim what had been lost. He could feel the weight of shadows pressing against him, whispering tales of despair and torment. But he steeled himself. This was not just a descent into darkness. It was a battle against fate itself. The sun had barely touched the horizon, casting a pale light over the landscape. Yet here, in this cursed place, time seemed to stand still. The river Styx shimmered ominously, its waters swirling with the memories of the departed. Charon, the ferryman, awaited by his boat, his skeletal fingers drumming impatiently on the wood. There was no room for hesitation, no turning back. Every fiber of Heracles screamed against the chill that wrapped around his bones, yet he forced himself forward, each step a defiance against the creeping dread. "To whom do you seek passage?" Charon's voice was like gravel sliding over stone, and the sound sent shivers racing down Heracles' spine. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as he spoke. "I seek the soul of Alcestis, wife of Admetus. I must bring her back to the world of the living." The ferryman's hollow eyes widened slightly, an acknowledgement of the audacity in Heracles' request. Many had ventured into Hades, but few returned with what they sought. The soul of Alcestis was nestled among the countless others, trapped by the unyielding grasp of death. With a flick of his bony wrist, Charon gestured for Heracles to board the boat. The craft rocked under the weight of his stature, the wood creaking in protest as they glided across the dark waters. Shadows danced around him, whispers of the lost, echoing their regrets and sorrows. He could feel their cold fingers brush against his skin, pleading for release from their eternal plight. "Why do you seek the living?" A voice rasped from the depths, a mournful wail of those who had accepted their fate. "Leave her be. She belongs to us now." Heracles clenched his jaw. The sorrow of those voices tugged at his heart, but it only fueled his determination. Alcestis was not merely a name, she was a beacon of love and sacrifice, the kind of light that could pierce through the thickest darkness. As they reached the opposite shore, Heracles stepped out, the ground beneath his feet soft and silent. He stood before the gates of Hades, a massive archway carved from black stone, adorned with chilling figures of anguish. A cold wind swept through, carrying with it the echoes of lost hopes. He stepped through the gates, his breath hitching at the stark contrast of the realms. Inside, the land was a tapestry of despair. Grey souls wandered aimlessly, their faces twisted in agony and longing. They drifted like shadows, forever trapped in their sorrow. But Heracles had a mission. He would not be swayed by their plight. He walked with purpose, the whispers of the lost swirling around him, tugging at his heartstrings. "Help us," one ghostly figure implored, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "We are forgotten." But Heracles pushed on, his heart aching but resolute. He had come to save one soul, and he would not allow the weight of despair to crush his spirit. The stench of regret filled the air, thick and suffocating. Suddenly, he found himself in the presence of Hades himself, the god of the underworld seated on a dark throne, his gaze piercing and filled with an ancient knowledge. "What brings you to my domain, Heracles?" His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of millennia. "I seek Alcestis," Heracles declared, his voice steady despite the tumult within. "I will not leave without her." Hades raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his dark eyes. "Bold indeed, but you must understand, once a soul is here, it is not so easily released." "I will fight for her," Heracles replied, the fire of determination igniting within him. "Name your price." The god leaned forward, intrigued. "To take one's soul, you must face the horrors of this realm. The trials of the damned await you." Heracles felt the chill of dread wash over him, but he nodded, accepting the challenge. He could almost hear Alcestis' voice, soft, pleading, echoing through the shadows. He would face whatever awaited him. He would not let her down. As he stepped deeper into Hades, the atmosphere shifted. Dark, gnarled trees loomed overhead, their branches twisted like the fingers of the damned. Ahead lay the fields of Asphodel, where the shades drifted in an endless fog of grey. He ventured forth, past lost souls who reached out to him, their eyes filled with hope, despair, and everything in between. They were his reminders of what he fought for. Not just Alcestis, but for every soul yearning for liberation. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air, and shadows coalesced into monstrous forms. The creatures of nightmares emerged, their grotesque visages twisting with malice. Heracles stood his ground, muscles taut and ready. With each blow he struck, echoes of their pain and rage erupted around him, a cacophony of sorrow. He fought through the darkness, fueled by the love he sought to save. Each victory pushed him closer to Alcestis, and the weight of his resolve bore him forward even as despair clawed at his heart. But the shadows were relentless, a tide of anguish washing over him, threatening to drown him in their sorrow. Yet he pressed on, driven by the flickering flame of hope that refused to die. Alcestis's name was a shield against the onslaught of despair, a reminder of the life waiting for him beyond this dark prison. With every step, the cries of the lost grew louder, urging him to turn back, to abandon his quest. But he couldn't. Not now, not ever. He was Heracles, the one who faced the impossible and emerged victorious. Nothing would stop him from reclaiming the light that had been stolen away. Not the shadows, not the damned, and certainly not death itself. The final confrontation loomed ahead, a darkness more profound than he had ever known. But as he approached, he could almost hear Alcestis breathing, feel the warmth of her love wrapping around him like a lifeline. She was waiting, and he would not fail her. The battle for her soul was just beginning, and he was ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. In the shadowy corners of ancient belief, a figure loomed, cloaked in darkness and power. This was no ordinary god. This was Hades, the silent ruler of the underworld, whose chilling presence sent shivers down the spines of many. His name echoed through the ages, a whisper of dread and awe. The ancient Greeks revered him, but when his influence spilled into Roman culture, he transformed into something both feared and misunderstood, taking on the name Pluto. Pluto, the Roman incarnation of Hades, was the keeper of souls, a figure whose touch was both gentle and terrifying. He held dominion over the dead, watching over them with an iron grip. Yet, he was not a villain. Rather, he was a guardian of balance in the universe, ensuring that life and death existed in harmony. The Romans, with their penchant for grandeur, painted Pluto not just as the ruler of the underworld, but as a powerful entity entwined with wealth and prosperity. The connection between death and riches was as old as time itself, and Pluto embodied this duality with chilling grace. In Roman mythology, Pluto was often depicted with a scepter in one hand and a cornucopia in the other. The scepter symbolized his authority over the afterlife, while the cornucopia represented the abundance that could spring from the earth, a reminder that even in death, new life could emerge. This idea of rebirth was crucial to the Romans, who clung to the belief that death was not an end, but a transition, a passage to another existence. They built grand temples and made offerings, hoping to appease him, to ensure a smooth transition for their loved ones. It was this fear and reverence that fueled a myriad of rituals, from lavish burial practices to the celebration of the dead during festivals like the Parentalia. But what truly set Pluto apart was his relationship with Proserpina, the goddess of spring and the queen of the underworld. Their story sent tremors through the hearts of those who heard it. Proserpina, spirited away by Pluto, led to a cosmic cycle of longing and reunion. Each year when she descended into the underworld, the earth mourned her absence, withering and waning in the grip of winter. When she returned, life blossomed anew, filling the world with vibrant color and warmth. This cycle reflected the Romans' understanding of life's transience, their deep-seated belief that joy and sorrow were intertwined. The tale was more than mythology. It was a poignant reminder of love's enduring power over the relentless march of time. As stories of Pluto spread, they revealed much about the Roman psyche. They took the concept of the underworld and reshaped it, infusing it with their own values and fears. The Romans envisioned the underworld as a complex realm, filled with various sections for the souls of the deceased, some tormented, others at peace. It was a place where justice was meted out, where the unworthy faced their sins. In this twisted, dark landscape, even Pluto himself was bound by the laws of fate. He was a ruler, yes, but also a servant to the cosmic balance that governed all. The rituals surrounding Pluto became a spectacle of emotion, The air would buzz with the murmurs of the living, unsure of what awaited them beyond the veil. Families gathered to honor their ancestors, lighting candles and sharing stories, their voices quavering with a mix of sorrow and reverence. They believed that through these acts they could reach beyond the grave, connecting with their loved ones and easing their journey in the afterlife. It was a powerful bond that transcended death itself, inspiring tears and laughter alike. Yet, even in his power, Pluto was often portrayed as lonely, a god who ruled over a kingdom filled with souls, but lacked the warmth of companionship. He was both feared and pitied, a reminder that even immortals could feel the weight of isolation. In his cold palace, surrounded by the echoes of the past, he longed for the living, his heart aching for the warmth of the sun that shone above. This paradox created a complex figure, one who was both a guardian and a prisoner of his own realm. The Romans also created myths to soften Pluto's image, transforming him from a dark, brooding god into one who could be reasoned with, a deity who, while stern, could occasionally show mercy. They told tales of heroes who ventured into the underworld to retrieve lost loved ones, like Orpheus, whose music could charm even the hardest of hearts. These narratives gave the people hope, showing them that love could conquer even the deepest shadows. As the centuries rolled on, Pluto's influence extended beyond myth and ritual into the very fabric of Roman life. Artists painted him in countless forms, capturing the duality of his nature, the cold, unforgiving ruler and the compassionate keeper of souls. Statues adorned public spaces, reminding citizens of their mortality, urging them to live lives worthy of remembrance. His likeness became a symbol of wealth and prosperity, a constant reminder that with great power comes great responsibility. People whispered his name in awe, aware of the delicate balance between life and death that he maintained. The tension of Pluto's existence resonated deeply within the Roman heart. They marveled at the beauty of life, while shuddering at the inevitability of death. And in that dance of emotions, they found solace. It was a human experience, fraught with joy and despair, love and loss. The stories of Pluto and the underworld became a mirror reflecting their own struggles, their own fears, and their own victories. In the dimly lit corners of taverns and marketplaces, hushed voices passed on tales of Pluto, weaving together threads of fear, respect, and longing. Each story added to the tapestry of belief that enveloped the people, binding them together in a shared understanding of mortality. They understood that life was fleeting and that every moment should be cherished, for the shadows of Pluto loomed ever closer. In his haunting presence they found both dread and comfort, an acknowledgement that death was not the end, but merely a step on the eternal path. As the night deepened and the stars glimmered above, the stories of Pluto continued to be told, each word heavy with emotion, drawing listeners into the depths of their own hearts. The cycle of life and death woven into every tale thrummed like a heartbeat, a reminder that while Pluto reigned over the underworld, the true essence of his influence was felt above, in the lives of the living. And as long as stories were shared, his legend would never fade into the darkness. The whispers of Pluto would echo through time, shaping the hearts of all who dared to listen. In the dim light of flickering torches, shadows danced along the ancient stone walls of a forgotten temple. There, amid whispers of long-lost souls and echoes of despair, the chilling figure of Hades emerged. He was not merely a deity of death. He was a complex embodiment of the afterlife, a keeper of secrets and a ruler of a world shrouded in mystery. The very air felt heavier, pregnant with the weight of lost dreams and unfulfilled desires, as artists from centuries past attempted to capture the essence of this enigmatic realm. Hades, with his dark hair and piercing gaze, was often depicted in art as both fearsome and regal. His throne, carved from obsidian and adorned with the bones of the forgotten, symbolized his dominion over all that lay beneath the earth. The Greeks, skilled in their craft, knew how to evoke emotions through their brushstrokes and sculpted forms, creating a connection that still resonates today. In countless pottery and frescoes, Hades was portrayed clutching a scepter, an emblem of his power and authority over the dead. The artists painted him in vivid colors, contrasting the darkness of his nature with the vibrancy of life, a haunting reminder of the balance between existence and oblivion. Yet, it was not just Hades who captured their attention. The realm he presided over was equally fascinating. The entrance to this underworld was often illustrated as a foreboding gateway, flanked by towering figures and fearsome creatures. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian, snarled at those who dared approach, each head a reminder of the finality that awaited every soul. His fierce loyalty to Hades was both terrifying and tragic, a reflection of the bond between the living and the dead, tethered by love and loss. Amidst the chilling imagery, the artists frequently depicted the souls of the deceased, wandering aimlessly, their faces pale and lost. They were not merely a backdrop, they embodied the fears and hopes of the living. In fragile shades of grey, the artists captured the weight of sorrow, the yearning for reunion, and the inevitable acceptance of fate. Each figure told a story of a life once vibrant, now faded into the echoes of time. The scenes were both haunting and beautiful, a dance of despair that pulled at the heartstrings of anyone who dared to look. One can easily imagine the artists kneeling over their clay or canvas, hearts pounding as they poured their emotions into their work. They knew that capturing Hades and his realm was not just an act of creativity, but an exploration of humanity's deepest fears. They wielded their tools with precision, their hands shaking with the knowledge of what lay beyond. The strokes of their brushes and the chisel against the marble echoed the thoughts that plagued their minds. What happens when we die? What will we encounter in the shadows? Amidst the depictions of sorrow, one could spot fleeting moments of tenderness. The myth of Persephone, Hades' beloved queen, stood as a poignant reminder of love and loss, interwoven with the fabric of the underworld. In the narratives illustrated in art, her abduction was both tragic and beautiful, a moment frozen in time where joy and grief collided. The artists captured her beauty, the vivid colors of her robe, contrasting sharply with the dark tones of Hades' domain. It illustrated not just her descent into darkness, but also the cycle of seasons, a dance of life and death, a reminder that both are intertwined. As the narratives unfolded, the tension grew. Each brushstroke was laden with meaning, a silent cry of all those who had been touched by the inevitability of mortality. The walls of the temples echoed with the stories of the forgotten, each piece of art a portal into a world where life and death walked hand in hand. The stories told through art became a ritual, a way for those living to grapple with their fears, to confront the darkness that loomed ever near. In the bustling marketplaces where these artworks were sold, the allure of the underworld fascinated onlookers. The sculptures and potteries became a means to engage with the divine, allowing the living to connect with the unthinkable. People would gather, their voices hushed, as they whispered about the tales depicted in vivid detail. They felt a chill run down their spines, a mixture of fear and intrigue, as they beheld the stunning portrayals of Hades. It was an experience that stirred something deep within them, a recognition of the fragility of life and the certainty of the end. Yet, there was a sense of hope interwoven in these narratives. Hades was not merely a figure of dread, he also represented acceptance. In the ancient art, the artists conveyed the notion that death was not the end, but rather a transition. The grim visage of Hades was softened by moments of compassion, moments that hinted at his role as a guide for the lost souls. The artist chose to show him as a figure who understood pain, who was not devoid of emotion. This interpretation breathed life into the art, wrapping it in a complexity that invited deeper reflection. As the stories continued to unfold, the atmosphere grew thick with emotion. The underworld was more than a destination. It became a canvas for the exploration of love, loss, and the eternal question of existence. With each depiction, the artists taught their viewers about the cycle of life and the hope that persists even in the face of darkness. The tension simmered, a palpable energy that tugged at the heart. The artistry sagged under the weight of so many emotions: fear, love, resignation. Each piece became a testament to the human experience, a reminder that even when faced with the chilling certainties of life, there is beauty to be found. The story of Hades and his realm was infinite, lingering in the air like a haunting melody that refused to fade away, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of humanity's exploration of existence. Pulling the curious deeper into the mysteries that lay beyond. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows dance upon the parchment of ancient texts, whispering tales of a figure wrapped in darkness and intrigue. The air is thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the very walls are listening, waiting for the stories of Hades to unfold. His presence is felt in every corner of literature, a haunting echo that continues to resonate through time, binding the hearts and minds of those who dare to tread upon his shadowy domain. From the very first lines of Homer's Iliad, where the souls of the fallen are ushered into the underworld, Hades stands sentinel at the gates of death. He is not just a god of the dead, he is a complex figure wrapped in layers of myth and mystery, embodying both dread and fascination. Imagine the warriors of ancient Greece, their hearts pounding with fear and respect as they contemplated the inevitability of their fate. Hades, in his realm, is both punisher and protector, a keeper of secrets that no mortal can fathom. The image of him, draped in shadow, with eyes like smoldering coals, haunts the pages of countless texts, each word a reminder of our mortality. As the tales unfold through the ages, from Virgil's Aeneid to Dante's Inferno, Hades evolves. In the underworld, souls are judged, and their fates are intertwined with the lives they led. Here, Hades becomes a mirror of human nature, reflecting our deepest fears and desires. Virgil captures this essence. In his representation, Hades is not just a place of punishment, but a realm where lost souls find their truth. The vivid imagery of the river Styx, with its dark waters swirling like the doubts in one's heart, draws readers into the eternal struggle between good and evil. This dance of shadows is a chilling reminder of the choices that lay before each of us, a reminder that our actions ripple through the fabric of existence. Fast forward to the Renaissance, where Hades takes on new forms in the works of poets and playwrights. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, the ghost of King Hamlet roams the earth, a representation of the unrest that Hades can instill in the hearts of the living. The imagery is palpable. The air crackles with tension as Hamlet grapples with morality, revenge, and the haunting specter of death. Hades, in this case, serves as a catalyst, driving the characters towards their inevitable destinies. The theme of death and the supernatural intertwines with the fabric of human emotion, casting a long shadow over the narrative. Readers find themselves on the edge of their seats, heart racing, as they ponder the depth of despair and the weight of vengeance. The whispers of Hades echo through the ages, shaping the lens through which we perceive our own mortality. In the modern literary landscape, from the haunting poetry of Sylvia Plath to the chilling tales of Stephen King, the influence of Hades lurks in the background, ever-present and persistent. Plath, with her visceral imagery and raw emotion, explores the tension between life and death, reflecting the struggles of the human spirit. Her words resonate with the pain of loss and the desire for understanding, an echo of Hades' own duality. Stephen King, too, draws upon this ancient influence in his gripping narratives. The underworld, though often portrayed as a place of terror, serves as a backdrop for redemption and rebirth. In King's tales, the characters face their deepest fears, confronting the ghosts of their past with trembling hearts. Hades in these modern stories is not simply a realm of darkness, it is a crucible that forges strength and resilience. The emotional weight of these narratives pulls readers in, capturing their imaginations and leaving them breathless, teetering on the brink between what is real and what lies beyond. Across genres and eras, Hades remains a powerful symbol, evoking emotions that resonate within the human experience. From myth to modernity, he provokes thought and stirs the soul. The endless cycle of life and death engages readers, forcing them to confront their own fears, hopes, and dreams. The stories of Hades tap into something primal: the fear of the unknown, the inevitability of death, and the desire for immortality linger in the hearts of those who dare to read. Each tale weaves a thread that connects us to our past, grounding us in our humanity. As the candle flickers dimly and shadows stretch across the pages, one can sense that the story is far from over. Hades has left an indelible mark on the narrative of humanity, an echo that reverberates through time. The chilling allure of the underworld continues to beckon, pulling at the threads of our imagination. The darkness that surrounds Hades is not merely a void, it is a rich tapestry of emotions and experiences, woven from the fabric of every story ever told. In every word written and every tale spun, the essence of Hades looms large, a spectre of our own making. It challenges us to ponder the weight of our choices and the shadows that linger just beyond our reach. And as readers, we find ourselves drawn deeper into this labyrinth of emotion, compelled to confront our own mortality and the mysteries that await on the other side. The influence of Hades remains alive, pulsating at the core of literature, urging us to embrace the darkness and seek the light that flickers within. The pages turn and the shadows grow long, leaving us in a state of suspense, eager to see where this haunting narrative leads next. The air was thick with an unsettling sense of dread as Orpheus stood at the edge of the dark chasm, a portal that breathed despair. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, echoing the turmoil brewing within him. The shadows whispered ancient secrets, while the faint sound of water trickling echoed like a heartbeat in the silence. Orpheus clutched his lyre, its strings taut with promise, vibrating with both fear and hope. His heart raced, not just from the anticipation of what lay below, but from the memories of love lost, the haunting melody of his beloved Eurydice still echoing in his mind. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, crossing the threshold into Hades, where the living feared to tread. The moment he descended, the world above faded into a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow him whole. The air grew colder, and the shadows twisted into grotesque figures, reminders of the souls trapped in this underworld. They whispered his name, a blend of admiration and pity, their voices dripping with sadness. Orpheus felt their longing, each soul a story unfinished, each echo of their regrets another burden on his heart. As he ventured deeper, the landscape morphed into an eerie tableau of lost dreams. Rivers of sorrow flowed like veins beneath a barren sky, while silent shades flitted like moths around flickering flames. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the distant wails of the damned, a chilling chorus that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, amidst this darkness, Orpheus held on to the flicker of hope. He was not just a visitor, he was a man driven by love, a hero determined to reclaim what was lost. Then, in the depths of that shadowy realm, he encountered Charon, the grim ferryman, his hollow eyes reflecting centuries of sorrow. Charon stood by the bank of the Stygian river, waiting for the souls of the recently departed. As Orpheus approached, he could feel the weight of countless lives that had passed before him, their stories a tapestry woven into the fabric of the underworld. With a steady voice, Orpheus offered his payment, a single coin gleaming with the promise of hope. The ferryman, grim yet intrigued, accepted the offering, allowing Orpheus to step onto his boat, a fragile vessel riding the currents of despair. The river was a mirror to Orpheus's soul, dark and turbulent, reflecting the struggles he faced. Each stroke of the oar sent ripples across the water, stirring up memories of laughter and love, but also of pain and loss. Shadows twisted around him, their fingers brushing against his skin, reminding him of the fragile nature of life above. Yet he pressed on, the music in his chest swelling, urging him forward, the pulse of his love guiding him through the gloom. When they reached the shore, Orpheus stepped off, his heart pounding, not just with fear, but with an electric surge of determination. He was in the realm of the dead, yet he felt more alive than ever. The path ahead was littered with the remnants of despair, broken hopes and crushed dreams, but Orpheus walked with purpose, ready to face whatever lay in wait. The air shimmered with tension as he approached the throne of Hades and Persephone, rulers of this bleak domain. Hades, with his piercing stare, was both imposing and enigmatic. The god of the underworld sat upon his throne like a dark sentinel, embodying the very essence of loss. Persephone, radiant yet somber, stood beside him, her eyes reflecting both the sorrow of her captivity and the strength of a goddess torn between two worlds. Orpheus felt their power, the weight of their authority, pressing down on him like a heavy shroud. But his love for Eurydice burned brighter than any fear he could muster. "Let me see her," Orpheus implored, his voice steady, yet filled with raw emotion. "Let me bring her back to the light." Hades regarded him thoughtfully, his lips curling into a knowing smile. The lord of the underworld appreciated the audacity of the mortal before him. "Many have tried, Orpheus. Few have succeeded. What makes you think you are different?" "I have music," Orpheus replied, his heart in his throat. "I will play for you. As long as it takes, I will pour my soul into every note. I will remind you of what it means to love." The tension in the air shifted, and Hades leaned forward, intrigued. The offer was tempting, a challenge laid bare. "Very well," he mused. "Play your song, but heed this warning. You may not look back until you have returned to the living. If you do, she will be lost to you forever." With a nod, Orpheus took a step back, feeling the weight of the promise hanging in the air. As he plucked the strings of his lyre, the music flowed like a river of emotion. Each note was a thread woven from his heart, rich with longing, despair, and the sweet ache of love. The melodies danced through the shadowy halls of Hades, and for the first time, the echoes of the lost souls stilled. They were captivated, their sorrow momentarily forgotten, swaying to the rhythm of a love so powerful it could shake the very foundations of the underworld. Eurydice stood in the distance, a silhouette against the darkness, her ethereal form shimmering like a distant star. Orpheus felt her presence, a magnetic pull that made every fiber of his being ache with longing. But as he played, the warning echoed in his mind. "Do not look back." The tension thickened, each note a fragile thread that held them together. As he played, Orpheus summoned the strength of all the heroes before him, their stories intertwining with his, fueling his passion. With each stroke of the strings, he poured his soul into the music, beseeching the gods, the fates, and the shadows to grant him this one wish. The melody carried through the depths of Hades, a siren call that ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the forgotten souls. But the darkness was cunning, weaving its tendrils around his resolve. As he neared the threshold of escape, the weight of his heart threatened to overwhelm him. Eurydice's figure glimmered, a beacon of light in a world of shadows. Yet, as the final notes rang out, a nagging doubt crept in, twisting like a knife in his gut. Would she follow? Would she hear him? In that moment of agonizing uncertainty, Orpheus felt the urge, the instinct to turn, to look back one last time, to ensure that the love he fought for was right there with him. The stakes had never been higher, and the shadows of Hades loomed closer. Would he succumb to the fear, or would love be enough to carry them both back to the light? In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows dance across the ground, whispering secrets of the past, and echoing the footsteps of those who once walked the earth. A chill runs down the spine, and for a fleeting moment, one can almost feel the weight of an unseen presence. Death, that ultimate silence, invites curiosity. What lies beyond the veil? For centuries, thinkers, poets, and philosophers have turned to Hades, the ancient Greek god of the underworld, grappling with the profound questions of what it means to die and what may await on the other side. Hades, often misunderstood as a mere figure of dread, carries the weight of profound philosophical thought. He is not just a lord of the dead, but a keeper of the mysteries that surround existence itself. The ancient Greeks envisioned him not as a source of terror, but as a necessary aspect of life, a reminder that every beginning must conclude with an end. This duality of life and death flourished in the minds of philosophers such as Plato and Socrates, who approached the very essence of mortality with curiosity and reverence. In the dialogues of Plato, Hades transforms into a metaphorical landscape where the soul's fate after death is debated with fervor. The myth of found in The Republic, presents a vivid tapestry of the afterlife. Here, souls choose their next lives before crossing the river Lethe, a river of forgetfulness, and plunging into the cycle of reincarnation. The choices made resonate with the weight of one's earthly actions, sending ripples through time. This portrayal ignites a haunting realization. The choices we make in life shape the very fabric of our afterlife. The whispers of the souls, echoing through the caverns of Hades, call out to the living, urging them to reflect on their lives, their values, and the legacies they will leave behind. Aristotle, too, cast his gaze toward the enigmatic realm beneath the earth. He presents a striking contrast to Plato's idealism, suggesting that the soul may not possess a life after death, but instead dissolves into the ether, becoming one with the universe. This disquieting view instills a sense of urgency in the hearts of those who ponder their mortality. What if nothing awaits after the final breath? How does one find meaning in the fleeting moments of existence? Yet, in this darkness lies a strange comfort, a call to cherish the here and now. to craft meaning in life's impermanence. The Stoics, with their unfaltering resolve, add another layer to the understanding of Hades and death. They teach acceptance, not as a resignation, but as an embrace of the inevitable. Death, they argue, is not to be feared. It is a natural part of life's cycle. This perspective transforms the ominous figure of Hades into a guardian of wisdom, a guide who teaches that life is precious precisely because it is finite. In their eyes, contemplating death is not morbid, it is liberating, granting clarity in a world often shrouded in chaos. As the moonlight fades, the intensity of emotions surges, like a tide pulling at the heartstrings. The ancient Greeks believed that the afterlife was not merely a destination, but a reflection of the life lived. In the dark recesses of Hades, souls are confronted with their choices, each decision echoing like a haunting melody. The philosopher Heraclitus, with his thoughts on the ever-changing nature of existence, reminds us that even in Hades, the soul is not stagnant. It continues to evolve, to learn, to understand. The journey does not end with death, it transforms. The Orphic mysteries, steeped in ritual and philosophy, present yet another poignant interpretation of Hades. Followers believed in a cycle of death and rebirth, guided by the divine. Their sacred texts spoke of purification and the journey of the soul toward enlightenment. Hades becomes a realm where suffering can ultimately lead to joy, where the soul can be freed from the shackles of earthly desires. The echoes of Orphic thought reverberate through the ages, reminding us that even in darkness, there exists a path to redemption. And yet, the shadows grow longer as the spectre of despair looms large. The fear of death, the uncertainty of the afterlife, ignites a primal anxiety within the human heart. The philosopher Epicurus sought to alleviate this anguish, proposing that death is simply the end of sensation. In his eyes, there is no torment in death, hence the fear of it is irrational. Yet, even as he offered solace, the question persists: how does one truly let go of the fear of the unknown? This tension hangs in the air, palpable and electric, as readers wrestle with their own beliefs about mortality. In the realm of Hades, the narrative twists and turns, each philosopher contributing their voice to the chorus of thought. The ancient Egyptians, too, wove their own elaborate tapestry of the afterlife, with the heart weighed against a feather, symbolizing truth and justice. The echoes of their beliefs resonate through time, framing the experience of death as a transition, not an end. In this cosmic balance, there exists a reminder that our actions carry weight, that the morality we cultivate in life shapes our journey beyond. As the final breath approaches, the veil between life and death blurs, and the wisdom of the ages intertwines with the emotions of the living. The figure of Hades stands as a testament to the complexities of existence: fear, hope, despair, and redemption. The darkness of the underworld is not merely a place of punishment, but a canvas for reflection, a space where the echoes of every life resonate, waiting to impart their lessons. With every heartbeat, the pulse of history quickens, drawing the reader closer to the edge of understanding. What lies beyond this life is a question that transcends time itself, inviting contemplation, igniting passion, and stirring the deepest corners of the soul. The journey through Hades is not just a descent into darkness. It is a pathway to enlightenment, a testament to the enduring human spirit that seeks to make sense of its existence, even in the face of oblivion. And as the night deepens, the exploration of death and the afterlife continues, spiraling into the very essence of what it means to be human. In a world where shadows danced with the faint light of dying embers, dreams slipped through the veil of night, like whispers carried on the wind. The ancients understood this unspoken bond between the living and the dead. They believed that dreams were not mere fragments of imagination, but instead the echoes of souls who once walked the earth, striving to communicate from the depths of the underworld. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting silvery beams upon the sleeping landscape, a young woman named Elara stirred in her bed. She had been plagued by vivid dreams that felt more real than her waking life. A swirling maelstrom of colors and sounds. Each night, a different scene played out before her, each more haunting than the last. Tonight, however, was different. The air was thick with a palpable urgency, a sense that something monumental was about to unfold. As she drifted into slumber, she found herself standing at the edge of a vast chasm, the air crackling with electricity. Ethereal figures moved beyond the brink, their faces obscured by swirling mists. These were the lost souls of the underworld, searching for a way to communicate, to send messages back to the living. They reached out, their hands grasping at the edges of Ilara's consciousness, desperate for recognition, desperate for release. In the ancient world, it was believed that dreams were windows into the afterlife. The Egyptians, for instance, meticulously documented these experiences on papyrus scrolls, believing that the gods could send messages through dreams, guiding the living with divine wisdom. They crafted elaborate burial practices, ensuring that the dead could traverse the underworld, meet their judgment, and perhaps return to the realm of the living, if only through dreams. Ilara felt a surge of emotion as she stood on the precipice, her heartbeat echoing like a drum in her ears. The figures were gaining substance. She could see their eyes, filled with longing and sorrow. One soul, a man cloaked in shadows, stepped forward. He bore the weight of countless regrets, his voice a haunting melody that reverberated through her mind. "Remember me," he urged, his words laced with desperation. "Tell them I'm here, tell them I'm waiting." In that moment, Ilara understood. These dreams were not merely figments of her imagination. They were cries for help, a connection that transcended time and space. The Greeks shared this belief too, entrusting their dreams to the god Morpheus, who would carry their messages to the dead. In their rich tapestry of mythology, dreams became a bridge over the abyss, linking the realm of the living with the eternal darkness. Ilara hesitated, caught between fear and empathy. To carry the burden of lost souls was daunting, yet the pull was irresistible. Her heart raced as she felt herself being drawn deeper into the underworld, each step reverberating through her very being. The air thickened, and she could hear the whispers of those who had passed, their voices intertwining like a haunting symphony. They spoke of love, loss, and unfinished business, stories that reverberated through time. In one corner of her vision, she saw the outlines of a woman, her eyes glistening with tears. "I lost my child," she lamented, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "I need to tell her that I love her." Ilara felt the weight of her sorrow, understanding that dreams were the only channel through which the woman could reach out to her lost daughter. The desire to connect was stronger than death itself, and Ilara could almost feel the warmth of that lost love radiating from the depths of the shadows. Stirrings of the ancient world echoed around her. The Romans, too, held similar beliefs, crafting elaborate rituals to ensure that the dead could communicate with the living, often seeking solace in dreams. They mapped the stars, believing that the cosmos influenced their fates, and that dreams were the language of the universe, a way for the departed to send messages through the celestial veil. The shadows thickened, and Ilara found herself surrounded by countless souls, each one yearning for acknowledgement. Their stories intertwined around her, creating a tapestry of emotion that pulsated with life. She could feel their fear, their hope, and their desperation. Each dream was a thread that connected their past to her present, binding her to the unending cycle of existence. "What must I do?" she whispered, the weight of their longing crashing over her like a tidal wave. The man who had first reached out to her stepped closer, his form becoming more distinct. "You must carry our messages," he implored. "You are our voice." Ilara's heart pounded in her chest as she felt the gravity of his words. The dreams were not hers to keep, they were gifts bestowed upon her, a sacred duty to share with those still living. She became acutely aware of the weight of her own life, moments filled with laughter and love, but also with regret and sadness. The messages of the dead bore an urgency that ignited a fire within her. In that moment of realization, the chasm began to shift. The energies of the underworld swirled violently around her, and she sensed the urgency of time slipping away. The souls swayed like leaves in a tempest, a cacophony of pleas swirling through the air. "Hurry!" they urged. "Tell them." As Ilara awoke, she gasped for breath, the weight of her dreams lingering like a shroud. The messages from the underworld echoed in her mind, clinging to her like dew on grass at dawn. The morning light poured through her window, illuminating the world around her, yet all she could think about were the souls waiting for recognition, the stories begging to be shared. She knew now that her path was intertwined with those who had come before her, their dreams forever etched in the fabric of her being. The urgency of their voices propelled her forward. She felt an unbreakable bond to the lost. Each night, as darkness fell, she would return to the underworld, becoming a vessel for their messages. The living and the dead would continue to converse, the lines between their worlds blurring as she carried their whispers into the light. With each step into the night, she could feel the pull of the chasm, the invitation to witness and share the tales that haunted her dreams. The underworld awaited, a reservoir of emotions and stories, an endless exchange of love and longing, beckoning her to return once more. A chilling wind swept through the ancient olive trees, carrying whispers of long-lost souls. The sky was a bruised purple, and shadows danced on the stones of the old city, echoing the weight of centuries. Death was not merely an end, but a gateway, the threshold to the unseen, the mysterious, the profound. In this world, Hades stood as a stoic sentinel, his gaze piercing the veil between life and what lay beyond. Hades, the god of the underworld, was not the villain the stories painted him to be. He was a ruler, a keeper of balance, and a harbinger of the inevitable. The Greeks understood that death was a part of life, a necessary conclusion to the stories they wove under the sun. Yet, in the depths of their hearts, they feared it. Hades, with his dark realm, embodied that fear, but also paradoxically offered solace. In the bustling marketplaces of ancient Athens, merchants sold their wares, laughter mingled with the clatter of coins, and yet the specter of Hades loomed ever-present. Families honored their ancestors with offerings, small tokens meant to appease the great god who watched over the deceased. They left honey cakes and wine at tombs, whispering prayers, not only for favor, but in acknowledgement of life's fleeting nature. They understood that every moment was precious, a gift that could vanish with the coming night. Art flourished in this duality of existence. Painters and sculptors crafted images of the underworld, and the figures of Hades and Persephone danced through the minds of poets. The myth of their love told a tale of loss and rebirth, echoing through the ages. As Persephone descended into Hades, the earth withered in grief, only to bloom anew when she returned. This cyclical nature of life and death was the lifeblood of Greek thought, a constant reminder that endings lead to beginnings, a bittersweet harmony. The theater pulsed with life, its open-air spaces filled with the passionate cries of actors, portraying the struggles of mortals pitted against fate. Tragedies often revolved around death, exploring its inevitability and the moral choices that led to it. Characters like Antigone stood defiantly against the laws of man, driven by love for her brother, even when it led her to the gates of Hades. Audiences gasped, their hearts racing as they watched the clash of duty and desire, the chilling reminder that every choice could echo in the underworld. In the quiet corners of homes, children were taught to respect the gods and the mysteries of life and death. They carried these lessons like lanterns in the dark, illuminating the paths they walked. Tales of Hades instilled a sense of reverence, a reminder that life was fragile and every heartbeat counted. Even the simplest of games held shadows of these lessons as children pretended to navigate their own underworlds, learning to confront fears through playful imagination. Festivals celebrated the dance of the living and the dead. During the Anthesteria, revelers honored the spirits of the departed, believing that for 3 days the boundaries fell away. Wine flowed freely, laughter rang through the streets, and the dead were invited to join the feast. It was a celebration of life in the face of death, a joyous defiance against the darkness that would one day claim them all. As lanterns flickered against the night, the air was thick with the fragrance of flowers and the echoes of laughter, weaving a tapestry of remembrance and hope. Temples dedicated to Hades were adorned with symbols of eternity, serpents entwined around pillars, representing the cycle of life. Sacred rituals were performed to appease him, ensuring a safe passage for the souls that departed this world. While the living feared his domain, they also understood that Hades was not to be shunned, but respected. Offerings were made, prayers were whispered, and in these moments of worship, there was a strange comfort in realizing that death was not an end, but a transformation. The Greeks, with their intricate beliefs, also gave life to the afterlife through vivid storytelling. The concept of the Elysian Fields, where the noble souls found peace, offered a glimmer of hope. The notion that a just life could lead to eternal reward infused daily existence with purpose, These stories fueled aspirations, giving rise to heroes and legends that transcended the mundane. Every hero's journey was laced with the specter of death, yet woven within was the relentless pursuit of glory, love, and meaning. Even in the quiet hours of night, when the stars hung low, the echoes of Hades' influence resonated. The darkness felt less foreboding, imbued with a sense of understanding that, while death was inevitable, it was part of a grander narrative. The Greeks painted their fears and hopes onto the canvas of life, creating a rich tapestry that celebrated both existence and its inevitable conclusion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure stood at the precipice of a great cliff, contemplating the waves crashing below. The whispers of the sea echoed the words of poets long gone, reminding all who listened of the tenuous thread connecting life to death. Hades watched with a knowing gaze, a reminder that his influence was woven into the very fabric of human experience. Every choice made, every life lived, and every love cherished were threads that danced through the loom of fate, stitching together the stories of those who dared to dream and those who dared to let go. In the soft glow of twilight, the boundary between the living and the dead felt less distinct, challenging the notion of mortality. Hades, in his quietude, remained an eternal symbol, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes, a constant reminder that in every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. The stories of love, loss, and longing intertwined, spiraling toward an ever-expanding horizon, beckoning those who dared to confront the shadows while seeking the light. The air grew thick with an unsettling hush, as if the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation. Beneath the sun's warm glow, shadows slithered along ancient paths, leading to the doorways of a realm that whispered of life beyond life. It was a place where the living dared not tread too close, yet where stories of fear, love, and redemption thrived in the darkest corners of the human soul. This was the Underworld, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless cultures, each stitch revealing a different view of the eternal afterlife. In Greece, Hades was not merely a god of the dead. He was a ruler over an empire that many feared but few truly understood. He wasn't the malevolent monster that tales painted him to be. Instead, he was a keeper of balance, a necessary force in the cycle of life and death. Souls ventured into his domain, crossing the river Styx on Charon's ghostly ferry, leaving shadows of their former selves behind. Each soul carried the weight of its past decisions, a quiet testament to their earthly lives. It was said that the fields of Elysium welcomed the virtuous, a paradise nestled within the shadows where happiness flowed freely, while the rest wandered through the dark, their regrets lingering like the fog that wrapped around them. But as one traversed further across the globe, the face of the underworld began to change, each culture adding unique strokes to the canvas of death. In the ancient Egyptian view, the afterlife was a lavish paradise, where Osiris ruled with his gentle hand. The dead were judged by the heart's weight against a feather, a poignant reminder of morality. Those who faltered were consumed by Amit, the fearsome devourer, while the pure were ushered into a land of endless joy and reunions. The rituals surrounding this journey, mummification, elaborate tombs, and offerings, reflected a deep reverence for ancestors, a bond that tethered the living to the dead. Across the frigid expanses of the north, the Norse offered a strikingly different vision. Hel, the goddess of the underworld, presided over a vast realm where the souls of those who did not die in battle resided. The concept of honor was paramount. To die gloriously in combat was to be welcomed into Valhalla, a hall of warriors. Yet for those who missed that fateful moment, Hel's domain was a cold and shadowy place, a reflection of their unfulfilled potential. The sagas tell tales of heroes who ventured there, seeking knowledge, redemption, or the chance to reclaim what they had lost. The chill of Hel's grip resonated with the longing for connection, the pain of separation echoing through eternity. Further east, in the rich tapestry of Hindu mythology, Yama ruled as the Lord of Death, a complex figure guiding souls through the cycles of samsara, life, death, and rebirth. His judgment was not one of punishment, but of lessons learned and experiences gained. The soul would traverse the mountains of karma, weighed down by the choices made in past lives. And just as the sun sets each day, so too did the cycle of life renew itself, offering hope and the promise of transformation. The underworld here was not an end, but a passage, a road paved with vibrant stories of growth and evolution, where each soul was encouraged to learn and to rise again. In another corner of the world, the indigenous cultures of the Americas painted their own haunting portraits of the afterlife. The Aztecs believed in Mictlan, a shadowy underworld where souls journeyed across treacherous landscapes to reach their final resting place. It was a place of trials, where the dead faced challenges reflecting their earthly lives. The belief in duality, life and death, light and dark, created a rich mythology steeped in respect for the cycles of nature. The spirits of ancestors hovered nearby, their wisdom and guidance ever present, forging a connection that spanned generations. Then, there were the tales from the Far East, where the Buddhist perspective on the afterlife offered a path towards enlightenment. The underworld, or Naraka, was a place but also a state of being, a manifestation of suffering tied to attachments and desires. The stories spoke of beings trapped in cycles of pain, yet taught that liberation was possible through awareness and compassion. Each soul's journey through the underworld became a lesson on the impermanence of existence, a reminder that even in darkness, the light of understanding could shine through. Yet, amid these diverse beliefs, threads of commonality wove through the fabric of human experience: fear, hope, love, and the desire for understanding. In every culture, the underworld served as a mirror to the living, reflecting their deepest fears and greatest aspirations. The myths resonated with emotions that transcended time and space, echoing through the ages, challenging humanity to confront mortality and the choices made along the way. As the shadows deepened, the stories of the underworld beckoned, revealing more than just fables of death. They whispered of life itself. Each culture, each belief, opened a door to the mysteries that lie beyond, crafting a narrative that was never truly finished. The underworld was not merely a destination, but a continual journey, a place where souls learned, transformed, and sometimes returned, forever shaping those left behind. And as the night grew darker, there was a stirring in the air. The tales of Hades, Osiris, Yama, and Mictlan merged into a haunting symphony that echoed through time. Each story, with its own unique shadows and lights, formed a vast web, connecting lives across land and ages. The echoes of the dead mingled with the living, a reverberation of souls seeking understanding, love, and redemption. This unending dance between worlds captured the hearts of those who dared to listen, drawing them closer to the threshold of the unknown, a promise of more to come, an invitation to step forward into the deeper mysteries that awaited just beyond the veil. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. As the archaeologists gathered around a gaping chasm in the ground, it felt as if they were standing at the very edge of a tale long forgotten, whispering secrets of the underworld. For centuries, this site had lain hidden, steeped in myths and dark legends, where the boundary between the living and the dead blurred like a fading memory. Before them stood a mouth to the underworld, a portal that had once struck terror into the hearts of those who dared to confront it, the gates of Hades. With each passing moment, the unyielding silence of the tomb-like surroundings seemed to thrum with the pulse of history. These gates, said to be the passage to the land of the dead, were steeped in the beliefs of ancient civilizations. Each stone, each crevice held the weight of countless souls who had ventured beyond, guided by the flickering torchlight of hope and fear. With hands trembling in anticipation, the archaeologists began to uncover the layers of dust and time, revealing inscriptions that told stories of gods and spirits, of the journey beyond death, and the weight of the afterlife. As they brushed away centuries of grime, the symbols emerged, vivid and haunting. Here was the emblem of Charon, the grim ferryman of the underworld, his boat awaiting the lost souls who had not received proper burial rites. The thought sent a shiver down the spine of one archaeologist, imagining the countless spirits who had wandered for eternity, unmoored and lost. Nearby, the inscription of Persephone, caught between two worlds, called out like a siren's song, echoing the sorrow of her seasonal departure from the warmth of life to the chilling embrace of Hades. The deeper they dug, the more vivid the emotions became, as if the very stones could breathe. Inside the cavern, echoes of ancient chants seemed to reverberate from the walls, carrying the weight of prayers and offerings made to appease the gods of the underworld. Here lay grave goods, relics meant to accompany the dead, gold coins, jars of oil, and delicate pottery, all intended to ease the passage into the next life. Each object told of love and loss, of the deep belief in what lay beyond the veil. The archaeologist could almost feel the touch of hands long gone, the warmth of human connection reaching across the ages. Their hearts raced as they uncovered the remains of an altar, darkened by soot and time, where sacrifices were once made to gain favor with the unseen forces that governed the afterlife. What rituals had taken place here? What desperate prayers had been whispered into the void? The thought was intoxicating, drawing them further into a world that felt so achingly close, yet impossibly far away. Around them, the cave felt alive, almost sentient, as if it were a guardian of the souls it had cradled for centuries. Each echo, each drip of water from the stalactites above, resonated with the stories of lost souls, stories of courage, regret, and the unending quest for peace. The gates of Hades were not merely a passage, they were a reminder of the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. Then a voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. What if we're not just uncovering history? What if we're awakening something? The words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of the unknown. The group turned, the weight of dread settling in their chests. Had they dared too much? The thought of disturbing the peace of the ancients sent chills racing down their spines. As if in response to their trepidation, shadows flickered along the walls, shapes dancing in the dim light. It was an illusion, or so they desperately hoped. Yet, in that moment of doubt, the atmosphere thickened, heavy with an ancient energy that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Goosebumps prickled along their arms, a visceral reminder of their place in a continuum that reached back eons into the past. The leader of the group, a seasoned archaeologist, stepped forward, driven by a mix of fear and fascination. This isn't just a site, it's a testament to our ancestors' beliefs. They feared and revered this place. They thought of it as a threshold, a sacred boundary. His voice, steady yet reverent, filled the cavern, as if inviting the spirits to listen, to share their stories anew. As they continued their excavation, the light from their lanterns flickered fitfully, casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. It was as if the spirits were restless, eager to share their tales, or perhaps to warn the living against uncovering too much. The air crackled with tension, and the archaeologists exchanged anxious glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Suddenly, an object gleamed in the faint light, a small, intricately designed mirror, its surface marred, yet somehow beautiful. It seemed to whisper secrets of the past, a portal, not just to the underworld, but to the very fabric of belief itself. As one archaeologist reached for it, a cold gust swept through the cave, extinguishing their lanterns. Darkness enveloped them, wrapping around their hearts like a shroud, muffling their breaths. In the pitch black, they could hear their own hearts pounding, the whispers of the ancients echoing around them, urging caution. The air felt charged with energy, as if the spirits of the departed were swirling around them, their presence palpable. The sensation was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. What awaited them in the shadows? With trembling hands, they relit their lanterns, the flickering light casting dancing shadows once more. The mirror, now glowing faintly, as if alive, reflected not just their faces, but something deeper, an understanding of the unbreakable bond between the living and the dead, the stories that tethered them across time. Each archaeologist felt a tug at their soul, a reminder that they were not just uncovering relics, but unearthing the very essence of humanity itself, its fears, its hopes, and its relentless quest for meaning beyond the grave. As they regrouped, the question loomed large. Would they continue to disturb the resting place of the departed? The gates of Hades had revealed not just artifacts, but a profound connection to the beliefs that shaped civilizations. The tension hung thick, amplifying the uncertainty of their next steps. Would they dare to venture further into the depths, Or would they honor the silence that had been kept for so long? The answer seemed to shimmer just out of reach, promising more than just artifacts. Perhaps it offered the key to understanding life itself, beckoning them to press on into the abyss. In the dimly lit corners of ancient minds, a question lingered like smoke in a quiet room. What happens when we breathe our last? The Greeks spoke of Hades, a shadowy place where souls wandered, neither in bliss nor complete despair. For centuries, the afterlife was painted as a dark, vague expanse, a mere echo of life lived. But then something shifted, like the sudden crack of dawn after an endless night. Christianity emerged, bathing the world in a new light, introducing hope where there had been only shadows. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, whispers of a new faith began to ripple through the air. A man named Jesus spoke of a loving God, a divine figure who cherished every soul. His words, powerful and tender, sought to erase the fear that clung to the hearts of the people like a heavy cloak. No longer would they see themselves as mere shadows in a grim afterlife. They could be reborn, cleansed of sin, and welcomed into a radiant paradise. The cobblestone paths and sun-soaked rooftops bore witness to this radical shift, as the once dreaded specter of death transformed into a gateway to eternal life. As the followers of Jesus gathered, their voices rose in fervent prayer. They shared stories of miracles, of lives changed, and of a resurrection that promised triumph over the grave. The concept of Hades, once a place of gloom and despair, began to morph into something more complex. The afterlife was now painted in vibrant colors. Heaven was a lush garden, a grand banquet where the faithful would feast with angels, draped in divine love. The very idea was revolutionary, a balm for the weary spirit. In cities like Corinth and Ephesus, the message spread like wildfire. It wrapped around the hearts of the downtrodden, the sick, and the outcast, offering them hope in a world that had often shunned them. The faithful no longer feared the cold embrace of Hades. They embraced the promise of resurrection, a chance to reunite with loved ones in a place of eternal peace. The fear that had once been an anchor, dragging souls into despair, was now a fleeting shadow being chased away by the light of faith. But the rise of Christianity was not just a tale of hope, it was also one of conflict. The established order, the guardians of the old beliefs, felt their power slipping away. The temples that had once echoed with the prayers to ancient gods now hosted debates about salvation and the soul's fate. The high priests and philosophers, men with polished robes and sharp tongues, raged against the growing tide of this new faith. They clung to their narratives of Hades, of punishment, and of eternal separation from the divine. As the crowd gathered, voices clashed. Some cried out for mercy, others for judgment. It was a cacophony, a storm brewing in the hearts of men. And yet, despite the rising tensions, the stories continued to spread. Paul, a fervent disciple, traveled from city to city, speaking of salvation and grace. He was a man transformed, once a persecutor of Christians, now a vessel of light. His letters flowed like rivers of encouragement, affirming the belief that no one was too far gone to be redeemed. The imagery of Hades as a place of eternal torment began to wane in the face of the gospel's promise. Instead, it became an intermediate state, a temporary holding for souls awaiting the final resurrection. The idea of purgatory emerged, a place of purification rather than perpetual punishment. Emotions ran high as communities grappled with these shifting beliefs. Families were torn apart, some embracing the new faith while others clung to the old ways. Mothers wept for sons who had turned away from ancestral worship. Fathers scowled at daughters who found hope in a carpenter's son. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, countless hearts began to find solace in the promise of eternal life. The faithful began to envision a future where love triumphed over fear, a future where their souls would dance in the presence of the divine. In the marketplaces, fervent debates erupted, echoing against the stone walls. Philosophers and preachers clashed in discussions that drew crowds eager to hear of this new promise. The once dreaded stories of Hades took on new meaning. No longer were they tales of despair, but rather cautionary reminders of the importance of living a righteous life. The stakes became higher. The choices made in the present held the key to a brighter afterlife. The weight of every decision felt heavier, pressing down on the shoulders of believers as they sought to align their lives with the teachings of Christ. As the sun set over the ancient world, casting long shadows across the dusty streets, the very fabric of society began to change. Tenets of compassion and love seeped into the social consciousness, creating ripples that would last for generations. The stories of resurrection not only transformed individual lives, but began to reshape communities, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. The old gods, once so powerful, found their voices fading into the background. And yet, the battle was far from over. The air crackled with tension as the faithful faced persecution, their beliefs challenged at every turn. The rich and powerful sought to snuff out the flickering flames of Christianity, clinging to their fading influence. Loyalty became a matter of life and death, and the stakes could not be higher. Yet, even amid the darkest nights, the promise of resurrection shone brighter than ever, a beacon guiding souls through the murky waters of uncertainty. The story continued to unfold, weaving through the lives of countless individuals as the promise of an afterlife filled with hope and joy began to settle in the hearts of the people. The shifting narrative of Hades was no longer just a tale of fear. It became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Death, once a foe, was now a friend, leading to an everlasting embrace. The past was shedding its skin, and the new dawn was rising. And so, the journey pressed on, as the echoes of these transformative beliefs resonated through time, shaping the future of faith and the eternal quest for understanding what lies beyond the veil. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit theater, a chill runs down the spine of every audience member as the screen fills with ominous flames. The unmistakable figure of Hades emerges, cloaked in darkness, his piercing gaze both alluring and terrifying. The god of the underworld, often portrayed as a villain, evokes an unsettling mix of fear and fascination. This is not just a tale of death and despair. It is a complex tapestry woven with threads of history, mythology, and humanity's deepest fears and desires. From ancient texts to modern screens, Hades has been a character that captures the imagination, stirring emotions that resonate within us all. Long ago, he ruled over the realm of the dead, a place called the Underworld. But he was more than just a tyrant with a three-headed dog. He was a keeper of balance, a necessary force in the cycle of life. In his dark kingdom, souls arrived, heavy with stories of love, loss, and unfinished business. His domain wasn't merely a void, it was rich with history, shaped by the lives that passed through it. Literature has long echoed this duality. In Homer's The Odyssey, Odysseus confronts Hades, experiencing the haunting sorrow of lost souls. There, he meets the spirit of Achilles, who speaks of glory and grief, illustrating the deep connection between life and the hereafter. The words linger, penetrating the soul, reminding readers that Hades is not just a figure of dread, but a mirror reflecting our own struggles and aspirations. As time marched on, Hades transitioned from text to visual art, and then to film. In the 1997 animated classic Hercules, he is reimagined as a slick, fast-talking villain, his fiery hair and witty one-liners providing comic relief. Yet beneath the humor, remnants of his ancient essence linger. The film captures the heart of his loneliness, an exile from Olympus, overshadowed by his brothers Zeus and Poseidon. This blend of image and emotion makes Hades relatable. He is not simply a god, but a misunderstood being grappling with his identity, his isolation echoing the feelings of many in a fast-paced world. Video games also embrace this complex character. In Hades, the critically acclaimed rogue-like dungeon crawler, players step into the shoes of Zagreus, Hades' son. The game brilliantly intertwines myth with modern storytelling, allowing players to experience Hades not as a mere antagonist, but as a father trying to maintain his control over his realm while grappling with the emotional turmoil of familial bonds. The game's fast-paced action is punctuated by moments of introspection, where players can feel the weight of Hades' expectations and his struggle to connect with his wayward son. Each interaction with characters like Persephone or Nyx unravels layers of the underworld and its ruler, revealing vulnerabilities that tug at the heartstrings. The portrayal of Hades is not limited to heroes and villains. it extends into themes of love and longing. In The Myth of Orpheus and Eurydice, the tragic tale unfolds where Orpheus descends into the depths of Hades to reclaim his beloved. This poignant story highlights Hades' role as a keeper of lost souls, but also as a compassionate figure who allows love to transcend death. The sorrow and determination of Orpheus resonate, making Hades a reluctant participant in a grand narrative of devotion and despair. Television has also ventured into the depths of Hades. In shows like Supernatural, he appears as a powerful figure, a harbinger of death and a master of the underworld, striking fear into the hearts of characters who must confront their own mortality. The chilling scenes depict the stark reality of Hades as an inevitable force, a reminder that everyone must face the end. The emotional impact of these portrayals leaves viewers breathless, grappling with their own fears and beliefs about what lies beyond. Yet the character of Hades is not always depicted as sinister. In The Sandman, Neil Gaiman reimagines him as a complex being, one who grapples with his role and the weight of his kingdom. His conversations with Dream reveal a depth that transcends the traditional villain archetype, painting him as a tragic figure caught in the ebb and flow of cosmic duties. This portrayal humanizes Hades, transforming him from a mere god of the dead into a character filled with nuance and emotional depth. In modern culture, the allure of Hades persists, drawing creators to explore the many facets of his personality. He is a canvas upon which fears, desires, and the very essence of humanity are painted. From graphic novels to folk tales, Hades embodies the struggle between light and dark, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there exists a glimmer of hope and understanding. As stories of Hades continue to unfold across various mediums, they connect us to a shared human experience, the inevitability of death, and the longing for connection. Each portrayal, whether dark or light, wraps itself around the viewer or reader like a shroud, creating a bond that transcends time. The tension between fear and fascination lingers, a testament to the enduring legacy of a god who commands both respect and dread. The flames flicker once more, capturing the attention of all who dare watch. Hades stands at the edge of shadows, beckoning the curious, the brave, and the lost to uncover the layers of his world. The heartbeat of ancient myths pulses within every depiction, reminding us that while Hades may govern the afterlife, it is the emotions tied to love, loss, and longing that truly define his legacy. Just as the stories of those who have crossed his threshold continue to echo, the journey through popular culture weaves an intricate web that remains unbroken, inviting all who encounter it to confront their own narrative amid the shadows. The shadows stretched long across the ancient landscape, where tales of gods and mortals intertwined like roots seeking nourishment from the earth. Hades, draped in darkness, was not merely a figure of myth. He was an enigma wrapped in a shroud of misunderstanding. For centuries, he had been cast as the grim reaper of souls, a specter lurking in the abyss, awaiting the arrival of the deceased. Yet, beneath the surface of this fearsome persona lay a psychological depth that modern interpretations began to unravel. In the bustling streets of contemporary society, whispers of Hades echoed through the minds of artists, writers, and thinkers, transforming him from a monster into a mirror, reflecting the complexities of the human psyche. The ancient Greeks viewed him as both fearsome and fair, a deity who governed the afterlife, yet also offered a form of justice. With his three-headed guardian, Cerberus, he ruled over the land of the dead, ensuring that no soul escaped. But what if Hades was more than just the overlord of lost souls? What if he represented the darker aspects of ourselves, the parts we often wish to bury deep inside? As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting the world in hues of orange and purple, a young woman named Alara sat in her dimly lit room, lost in thought. She had always been drawn to stories of Hades and Persephone, fascinated by the duality of their relationship. To her, it was not just a tale of love and separation, but a reflection of the struggle between light and darkness in the human experience. The veil between love and despair, joy and sorrow, blurred in her mind. Hades was not the villain of the story. He was a reluctant keeper of shadows, a guardian of secrets too profound for the living to comprehend. Ilara turned the pages of her favorite book, feeling the weight of history in each word. The ancient Greeks, with their rich tapestry of myths, painted Hades not merely as an antagonist, but as a necessary force in the cycle of life and death. In various interpretations, he became a symbol of the subconscious, representing our fears, desires, and the inevitability of mortality that we all grapple with. The very essence of Hades provoked a deeper understanding of ourselves, a confrontation with the anxieties that haunt us. The air grew thick with tension as Ilara contemplated the notion that Hades could embody the psychological struggles of modern life. In a world obsessed with light and positivity, the darkness often feels like a taboo, a place we shy away from, yet one that holds tremendous power. Hades, in this sense, is a reminder that to embrace life fully, one must also acknowledge the shadows that lurk within. The ancient god, once feared and misunderstood, became a representation of the parts of ourselves we often deny. In the dim glow of her room, Ilara's thoughts shifted to the myth of Persephone. The delicate dance between her ascent to the surface and her descent into the underworld mirrored the cyclical nature of human emotions. Every spring, Persephone emerged, bringing life and color, only to return to Hades in the fall, signaling the onset of winter. This cyclical journey resonated deeply with Ilara, who recognized how our own lives are filled with seasons of change, moments of joy interspersed with sorrow, love intertwined with loss. Was Hades truly a monster, or was he a figure of profound wisdom, urging humanity to face its own darkness? The more she pondered, the more the image of Hades shifted from one of fear to one of understanding. The myths, rich with historical nuances, revealed how the ancients struggled with mortality, much like the modern psyche grapples with identity, anxiety, and existential dread. As Ilara continued to unravel these thoughts, she found herself transported to a different time and place. She envisioned ancient Athens, where philosophers debated the essence of life and death. Socrates, with his probing questions, challenged the beliefs of his time, pushing the boundaries of thought. In those discussions, Hades emerged not as a figure to be feared, but as a necessary component of the human experience, urging individuals to confront their mortality and embrace the unknown. The ancient Greeks understood that life was not just about the pursuit of happiness, but also about grappling with the inevitable end. Back in her room, Ilara felt a chill run down her spine. The connection between Hades and modern psychology was undeniable. Carl Jung's theories of the shadow self echoed in her mind, the concept that we all possess hidden facets of our personality, aspects we often deny or suppress. Hades became not just a god, but a representation of those repressed feelings and thoughts that, if ignored, can lead to chaos. The darkness he symbolized was not to be feared, but embraced, a part of the whole. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rumbled in the distance, jolting Ilara from her thoughts. Outside, the sky turned ominous, reflecting her inner turmoil. The storm felt like an external manifestation of her struggle to make peace with her own shadows. She closed her eyes, envisioning Hades as a guide, standing at the threshold between light and dark. Perhaps he was there to remind her that it was okay to sit with her discomfort, to confront the feelings she often tried to avoid. In this moment of reflection, she understood that Hades was not merely a figure from a distant past. He was alive in the hearts of those who dared to face their fears. Across centuries, cultures, and individuals, the stories of Hades transformed. Yet the core message remained the same. Embracing the duality of existence is essential to understanding oneself. As the first raindrops began to tap against the window, Ilara felt a surge of emotion, a connection to something greater than herself. The storm outside was intensifying, but within her, a calm began to settle. Ilara realized that the essence of Hades was not confined to ancient tales. It resided within each of us. It was the acknowledgement of our fears, our losses, and the complexities of love that enriched our lives. Hades, once a figure of dread, now stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, urging all to face the shadows and emerge stronger. And so, as the thunder rolled and the rain poured, the conversation about Hades transformed forever, weaving through the fabric of time and thought, leading to new realms of understanding waiting just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with tension as the flickering shadows of torches danced against the cold stone walls. A gathering of cloaked figures stood in a dimly lit chamber, their breaths fogging the air as they whispered ancient incantations. Each syllable hung like a fragile thread, weaving a tapestry of reverence and fear. This was a moment steeped in history, where the veil between the living and the dead thinned, and emotions surged like a tidal wave. As the flames crackled, a chilling breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the unmistakable essence of forgotten souls. The gates of the underworld loomed behind them, magnificent yet terrifying. Crafted from obsidian stone, their surface shimmered with an eerie glow, reflecting the flickering torchlight like 1,000 eyes watching from the shadows. These gates were not merely a threshold, they were a powerful symbol, a haunting reminder of the journey every soul must ultimately take. The ancient practices surrounding these gates were shrouded in mystery, yet they pulsed with life, alive with the whispers of those who had crossed over. The priests and priestesses who led these rituals were seen as conduits, their voices carrying the weight of generations past. They believed that by performing sacred rites at the gates, they could communicate with spirits, seeking guidance, forgiveness, and closure. The rituals were as much about the living as they were about the dead, a complex intertwining of grief, hope, and the unbreakable bond between worlds. One such ritual unfolded that night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, which hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal light. The lead priestess, adorned in flowing garments embroidered with symbols of life and death, raised her arms in a gesture of supplication. Her voice rang out, a haunting melody that echoed off the stone walls, coaxing forth the spirits lurking just beyond the gates. The gathered crowd felt the weight of her urgency, the intensity of her passion, as she invoked names long forgotten, calling forth ancestors who held wisdom beyond the veil. The air thickened with an electric charge, and the temperature dropped. Eyes widened as a soft, mournful wail echoed from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down spines. The attendees held their breath, hearts pounding in their chests. Each person present felt a connection to the unseen forces at play, a thrum of energy that linked their very souls to the past. Memories surged within them, lost loves, cherished family, and unresolved regrets, all swirling like a tempest, as if the gates themselves beckoned them to confront their history. With every word the priestess spoke, the atmosphere grew heavier, saturated with emotion, shadows elongated, creeping closer, as though the spirits were inching forward, eager to be acknowledged. The priestess's voice rose, a crescendo of emotion that pierced through the air, commanding attention as she recited the names of those who had passed. Families wept, the cracks of their hearts were laid bare, opened wide by the power of the moment. They felt the longing of their ancestors, echoing through time, pleading to be remembered, to be honored. As the ritual reached its peak, a low rumble reverberated through the chamber, shaking the very foundation of their beliefs. The gates trembled, as if responding to the invocation, and the torches flickered violently. Gasps escaped lips as a figure began to emerge from the darkness, its outline barely discernible. The crowd held its collective breath, a wave of fear and awe washing over them, hearts pounding in unison like a war drum. In that moment, time stood still. The figure was neither fully corporeal nor completely ethereal, caught in a liminal space that ignited the imagination. A fusion of light and shadow danced around it, and whispers spiraled through the air, each word a puzzle piece in a larger mystery. The priestess, unyielding, stepped forward, her voice steady despite the chaos. "Who calls upon the gatekeeper?" she demanded, resonating with authority that echoed off the stone walls. A chill swept through the chamber, and the figure's presence filled the space, a surge of power like a storm ready to break. The air thickened with anticipation, and the onlookers felt the weight of their ancestors resting on their shoulders. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held as everyone waited for the answer that would bridge the realms of the living and the lost. "Those who remember," the figure whispered, voice like rustling leaves, haunting yet familiar. It spoke of forgotten tales and unfinished business, of lives lived and lost, of promises made in the quiet of night that still echoed in the hearts of the living. The crowd could feel every word, seep into their bones, igniting a fire of longing within them. They yearned to know what lay beyond the gates, yet they also feared what truths might surface. The gates of the underworld stood as a testament to humanity's eternal struggle with mortality, bridging the gap between life and death. It was a place where the weight of grief transformed into a powerful force for healing, where sorrow could be both a burden and a gift. The priestess, sensing the swell of energy, urged the crowd to embrace their emotions, to confront their fears, and release the pain they had carried for far too long. The candlelight flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows that danced across faces carved with hope and despair. As the figure began to fade, the crowd felt the bittersweet pang of loss wash over them, a reminder that while they could not hold on to the past, they could honor it by acknowledging its impact on their lives. Tears fell like rain, and the air hummed with a reverberation of shared understanding. The gates of the underworld felt alive, pulsing with the histories of countless souls, each story intertwined with the next, creating a rich tapestry of existence. The night draped its cloak around the gathering, the gentle whispers of the spirits mingling with the rustling leaves outside. Those present were forever changed. They had brushed against the edges of the unknown, tasted the bittersweet flavor of remembrance, and realized that the gates would always stand, waiting for the next soul brave enough to confront the shadows. The moment was fleeting, yet it lingered in the air, a haunting melody that would echo long after the flames had died down. And just as the echoes of the ritual began to settle, a new vibration stirred within the chamber, a pulse that promised the continuation of the story yet to unfold. The gates of the underworld, though shrouded in darkness, beckoned once more, their power unyielding, their presence undeniable. The emotional tide rose again, and the flickering shadows danced, whispering secrets of the ages, secrets only the bold would dare to face. On a cold, moonlit night, shadows danced across the ground, whispering secrets of ancient times. In the distance, the faint sound of a lyre echoed, its haunting melody weaving through the air like the memories of long-dead souls. What if the echoes of Hades, the god of the underworld, still lingered in the hearts and minds of people today? The legacy of this dark figure reaches far beyond the realms of myth, stretching its icy fingers into the very fabric of Western thought and art. Hades, with his somber demeanor and regal crown, wasn't merely a deity to be feared. He was a complex symbol of the human condition. The Greeks viewed him not just as the ruler of the underworld, but as a necessary aspect of existence. His influence carved pathways through philosophy and art, igniting the imaginations of countless thinkers and creators. Artists from the Renaissance to modernism painted him not just as a figure of dread, but as one embodying the duality of life and death, the beauty of existence, intertwined with the inevitability of demise. Take, for example, the chilling beauty of Michelangelo's sculptures. In his haunting work, The Last Judgment, Hades emerges as a pivotal character, drawing the damned into his dark embrace. This stark representation resonates with viewers on a visceral level, triggering a mix of fear and fascination. The tormented souls, writhing in despair, reflect the agonies of human existence, begging the question, what lies beyond the veil of life? Michelangelo's brushstrokes, infused with emotion, captured this tension, urging spectators to confront their own mortality and the shadows lurking at the edges of their consciousness. Then there's the theater of ancient Greece, where tragedies unfolded with gripping intensity. The plays of Sophocles and Euripides not only entertained, but also served as a mirror to society's darkest fears. Hades was often invoked as a reminder of fate's relentless grip, as characters traversed the tumultuous landscape of their choices and consequences. The weight of their decisions pressed down upon them, echoing through the ages and reverberating with audiences who found their own struggles reflected in the tales of old. As the centuries turned, the dark mythos of Hades continued to breathe life into the minds of great thinkers. The philosophy of existentialism, emerging in the 20th century, drew heavily from the notion of confronting one's own mortality. Thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus grappled with the absurdity of existence and the specter of death, echoing the undercurrents of Hades' realm. Their words danced like flames on a cold night, illuminating the shadows of despair and hope, revealing that to embrace life fully, one must first acknowledge the inevitability of death. Artistic expression flourished in modern times, where the legacy of Hades found its way into surreal landscapes painted by Salvador Dali and dreamlike compositions of Frida Kahlo. Hades morphed into symbols of subconscious fears and desires, elements that seeped into the very essence of their creations. Dali's melting clocks and distorted realities echoed the fluidity of time and the inescapable truth that all things must end. Kahlo, with her poignant self-portraits, delved into the agony of loss, drawing upon her own experiences to evoke the pain that Hades personified. Literature, too, felt the haunting presence of Hades. Writers like Dante Alighieri, in his monumental Divine Comedy, painted a vivid tapestry of the afterlife, with Hades as a point of entry. The inferno he described was a place of suffering, but it was also a journey toward understanding, a path that involved confronting one's demons. Dante's poetic verses vibrated with emotional intensity, inviting readers to question their beliefs and the nature of justice, culminating in a deeper understanding of the human experience. As the modern world emerged, the shadow of Hades continued to haunt the screens of cinema and the pages of novels. Filmmakers like Martin Scorsese and Guillermo del Toro drew upon this rich mythology, weaving tales of loss, redemption, and the perpetual struggle between light and darkness. The characters they created were often caught in moral dilemmas, reflecting the eternal battle between desire and consequence, a theme that Hades embodied so powerfully. Yet, it wasn't just the grand narratives that held the essence of Hades. The simple act of mourning, the raw emotion of loss, and the search for meaning in life's fleeting moments speak volumes about his pervasive influence. In the quiet corners of our lives, when grief strikes and shadows loom, Hades whispers his truths, reminding us that every ending carries the weight of a new beginning. His legacy exists not only in grand works of art, but also in the small, everyday moments that shape us. When we pause to reflect on our lives, when we confront our fears or celebrate love amidst the specter of loss, we acknowledge Hades. Every brushstroke, every written word, every tear shed in silence becomes a testament to the complex emotions he evokes. And as the moon continues its silent watch, illuminating the world below, the stories of Hades weave through time like a thread of fate, connecting us to the past, guiding us through the present, and whispering promises of what lies beyond. In the shadows of the human experience, the legacy of Hades remains ever potent, a reminder that with every heartbeat, the dance between life and death continues. In the intricate web of thoughts and emotions, Hades lives on, a ghostly presence in the art we create, the stories we tell, and the lives we lead. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the quiet murmur of whispered prayers. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the souls they were meant to honor. In this sacred space, the living sought to understand the fate of the dead, a question that has haunted humanity since time began. Hades, the ancient Greek underworld, loomed large in their imaginations, but it was just one of many realms where souls traveled after their time on Earth had ended. Hades was not merely a place of punishment, it was a complex world filled with nuance and depth. Ruled by the stern, dark figure of Pluto, it served as a final resting place for the departed. The river Styx wound through its heart, separating the living from the dead, a cold, unyielding barrier that demanded payment. Coins were placed on the eyes of the deceased, tokens for Charon, the grim ferryman, who would transport them across the waters to their final destination. Those who arrived without payment were said to wander the shores for eternity, lost and forlorn, their cries echoing in the stillness. But across the ancient world, other cultures spun their own tales of the afterlife, each a tapestry woven from the fears and hopes of their people. In the shadowy corridors of Egyptian tombs, the weight of eternity pressed heavily. The souls of the departed faced Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who judged their hearts against a feather. Should they falter, the devourer, Amit, lay in wait, ready to consume the unworthy. The stakes were high, a seamless transition into the field of reeds, a paradise of lush greenery and endless sustenance, depended on a life lived with honor. In stark contrast, the Norse underworld, hell, was a place of cold and shadows, ruled by the enigmatic goddess of the same name. It was not a realm of punishment, but a land for those who had not died gloriously in battle. Here the souls wandered not in torment, but in the chill of existence, waiting for the inevitable day of Ragnarok. Their existence was a reflection of life itself, sometimes dark, sometimes hopeful, but always a continuation of their stories. Farther east, the ancient Chinese believed in a cycle of rebirth, where the afterlife was not an end, but a new beginning. The realm of the dead, Du, was a complex world of 10 courts, where souls were judged and purified before rebirth. The tales spoke of mountains of knives and rivers of fire, but these were merely steps in the cycle, a path to enlightenment and another chance. Ancestor worship was woven deeply into this belief. The living cared for the dead, providing offerings to ensure their loved ones found peace and guidance in the afterlife. In the heart of Africa, the spirits of the ancestors roamed among the living, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the worlds. The Dogon people of Mali spoke of a celestial journey where the soul ascended to the stars, seeking the company of cosmic beings. Their vibrant rituals celebrated life, death, and rebirth, intertwining the fates of the living and the dead in an intricate dance. As stories crossed oceans, the indigenous cultures of the Americas reflected their unique views of life after death. The Aztec belief system was a vivid tapestry, filled with gods and spirits. The afterlife was not a singular destination. Rather, it was a series of paths determined by how one lived. The brave found themselves in the sunlit paradise of the afterlife, while those who died of illness or old age faced a different fate. The weight of one's actions during life carved the way for their journey into the unknown. In this mosaic of beliefs, the figure of the ferryman remained a haunting symbol. As the living continued to seek answers through rituals and prayers, they lit candles, sang songs, and created altars, grappling with the fear of the unknown, desperate to understand what lay beyond the grave. In each tradition, the underworld served as a mirror reflecting the morals and values of its people, embodying their fears, hopes, and dreams. And yet Hades stood apart with its rich tapestry of figures and stories. The whispers of the souls echoed through its misty halls. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, walked among them, a figure of duality who brought forth the seasons. Her story was woven into the fabric of Hades. Her descent marked the onset of winter, while her return heralded the bloom of spring. Each soul that entered Hades carried with them a life lived, a story unfurled, and a connection to the world they had left behind. In contrast, the haunting wails of the restless dead in other underworlds painted a different picture. The echoes of grief and loss resonated through the landscapes of Du, where the souls underwent trials that felt like a never-ending nightmare. The weight of sins from past lives bore down on them like a crushing wave, and the hope of rebirth seemed but a distant glimmer. Meanwhile, in the realms of the Norse, the cold, uninviting landscape of hell served as a reminder of the fragility of life. Souls, cloaked in shadows, walked in silence, longing for the warmth of the sun that had once shone upon them. The bonds of kinship remained strong, even in death, as they awaited the great prophesied battle, seeking solace in the promise of glory. In every culture, the afterlife spoke to the very essence of what it meant to be human. It was a battleground of choices, a canvas reflecting the colors of life, and an unyielding testament to the connections that bind us. The stories of the departed were woven into the fabric of the living, entwined in a way that made them feel tangible, as if one could reach out and touch the past. And so, as the flickering candles cast shadows on the walls, the whispers grew louder, a chorus of souls speaking in unison. The line between the worlds blurred, and the questions of what lay beyond began to weave together, a tapestry of longing and hope, fear and understanding. Each culture, with its own rich history, added another thread to the story of humanity, a story that would never truly end, echoing on through eternity as each soul wandered in search of peace, understanding, and connection in the vast unknown. In the hushed shadows of ancient Greece, where the sun's light barely penetrated the realms of the dead, women reigned with an authority that was as fierce as it was enigmatic. The underworld, a place that teemed with whispers and mysteries, bore witness to stories of powerful women who held sway over the very fabric of life and death itself. Among them, Persephone stood out, a goddess caught in the delicate balance between light and darkness, a symbol of the cycles of nature, and a figure whose tale would send chills racing down the spine. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, was not just a passive player in the mythological saga. She was the queen of the underworld, her presence there an intricate dance of love and loss. When Hades, the god of the dead, abducted her, it was not merely an act of conquest, it was a profound shift in the balance of power. Here was a woman who, despite her youth, embodied the deep complexities of existence. Her journey between the realms, spending half the year above with her mother and the other half below with Hades, echoed the very seasons themselves, a poignant reminder of the cycles of life that would resonate with anyone who dared to listen. As she descended into the underworld, the air thickened with despair and despairing beauty. The realm of shadows and echoes became her home, and it was here that she transformed from a maiden into a powerful queen. Persephone's laughter, once bright and youthful, melded with the haunting melodies of the lost souls around her. She learned to navigate the complex emotions of grief, love, and power. With each passing season, she became a bridge between worlds, a goddess who commanded respect and offered solace to the lost. But Persephone was not alone. Other formidable women inhabited the underworld, each bearing their unique shadows. There was Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and magic, who wandered the dark paths with her three-headed dog, a guide through the treacherous terrain of the unknown. Hecate's wisdom was unmatched, and her influence reached into the very hearts of those who sought knowledge of the unseen. She stood at the crossroads, a guardian of secrets and spells, whispering ancient truths to those brave enough to listen. Then there were the Erinyes, the Furies, fierce and unyielding avengers of wrongs. With serpents entwined in their hair and eyes, aflame with righteous fury, they hunted down the guilty. These women, often misunderstood, were enforcers of justice in a world that sometimes turned a blind eye. Their shrieks echoed through the shadows, reminding all that the past could never be buried, only confronted. The very ground trembled beneath their feet as they confronted those who dared to defy the natural order of life and death. The underworld was also home to the souls of women who had suffered at the hands of men, their stories woven into the fabric of its existence. Each whisper carried tales of betrayal, love, lost, and fierce loyalty. The echoes of their pain and strength lingered in the darkness, creating a tapestry that told of sorrow and resilience. Every shade that roamed those shadowy halls carried pieces of their stories, lingering long after their voices had faded. These women had their own strength, each sorrow deepening their resolve and their spirits. They were reminders that even in death, the stories of women were powerful, capable of shaping the world above. Chthoniya, the goddess of the underworld, stood as a testament to feminine strength, often overshadowed by her male counterparts. She was a fierce protector of those who wandered the afterlife. Her domain was one of transformation, an understanding that death was not an end but a transition. Chthoniya listened to the fears of the departed, offering comfort and guidance as they navigated their new reality. In a world dominated by male deities, her nurturing presence was a beacon of hope, a reminder that women could be both nurturing and powerful. As Persephone sat upon her throne beside Hades, the reality of her dual existence weighed heavy upon her heart. The coldness of the underworld contrasted with the warmth she remembered from the fields of flowers her mother tended. It was a bitter sweetness that coursed through her veins. She pondered her role, the responsibilities of being both a wife and a queen, a daughter and a ruler. The emotions swirled within her like a tempest, a reflection of the seasons above that her mother mourned in her absence. The underworld was not merely a place of punishment, it was a realm of complexity, where women wielded power in ways often overlooked. They were the keepers of secrets, the enforcers of balance, and the nurturers of the lost. As Persephone listened to the laments of the souls around her, she felt the weight of their stories pressing upon her, filling the air with a palpable tension. There was a heartbeat to the underworld, a rhythm that echoed the struggles of those who dwelled there. With each passing moment, Persephone felt the pull of her mother's love above, the fields of flowers calling her back. Yet, Within the shadows, she found a strength she had never known, the power to command her own fate, to advocate for the lost souls, and to embrace her duality. She understood that her journey did not belong solely to her. It was a shared experience, woven into the very fabric of existence itself. As the whispers of the underworld wrapped around her like a veil, the stories of all the women who had come before her lingered in the air, haunting and beautiful. They beckoned her to remember, to embrace the shadows and the light, to acknowledge the power that resided in both. With a fierce determination burning in her heart, Persephone stood tall, her spirit ignited by the legacies of those who had come before her. In that moment, the boundaries of life and death blurred, and the underworld transformed into a sanctuary of strength. The tales of women, woven through the ages, pulsed like a living thing, urging Persephone to reclaim her power, to shape her own destiny, and to honor those who had tread the shadows before her. The air crackled with the promise of change, a promise that was only beginning to unfold. In a dimly lit room filled with flickering candlelight, a woman sits cross-legged on a worn, colorful rug, her breath steady and deep. Around her, a circle of friends huddles, eyes closed, hearts open, seeking connection with the unseen. The air thickens with anticipation as whispers of ancient myths dance in the air. They come together not only to honor the dead, but to summon the spirit of Hades, a figure once reviled and misunderstood, now a source of intrigue and reverence in the tapestry of contemporary spirituality. Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, has undergone a remarkable transformation through time. In the age of the ancients, he was a fearsome figure, ruled by shadows and gloom, and forever associated with death. To many, he was a cruel warden of the departed, a keeper of souls lost to the abyss. Yet, as the centuries rolled onward, the narrative began to shift. The once dreaded god became a symbol, bridging the known and the unknown, a guardian of the cyclical nature of life and death. In the modern era, Hades is no longer merely a figure of terror. Instead, he has morphed into a nuanced character, embodying compassion for the lost and misunderstood. This evolution reflects society's growing acceptance of death as a natural part of existence, not something to be feared, but rather embraced. Hades has become an archetype for those grappling with loss and grief, a beacon of understanding in the darkness of mourning. The flicker of candlelight embodies his essence, illuminating the path through sorrow. As the woman in the circle opens her eyes, she sees not just shadows, but the faces of those who have gone before. Hades is summoned not as a tyrant, but as a wise guide, a figure who helps the living make sense of their grief. The modern spiritual landscape, rich with diverse beliefs, acknowledges the journey of the soul and the sacredness of every life. Hades, with his dark cloak and solemn demeanor, stands at the intersection of abandonment and acceptance, teaching that every ending is but a new beginning. The stories of Hades are woven into the fabric of contemporary practices like Wicca and neo-paganism, where he is often seen as a protector of the earth's treasures. No longer the villain of his own tale, he is revered as a deity who respects nature and the cycle of life. In this new light, people gather in sacred spaces, honoring him with offerings of flowers, coins, and bread as they seek his blessings for the departed. Acts of reverence that echo the ancient Greeks who left gifts at gravesides, hoping for a gentle passage. In urban centers, the resurgence of interest in ancestral worship and the honoring of spirits has breathed fresh life into the figure of Hades. Street art blooms on city walls, portraying him not as a monster, but as a powerful ally in the journey of the soul. These vibrant murals, filled with color and life, reflect a societal shift towards acknowledging our mortality, turning the once dreaded underworld into a sanctuary of reflection. Amid the pulsating energy of a modern spiritual festival, thousands gather, drawn to workshops and discussions about the meaning of death and the legacy of Hades. Here, the god of the underworld is not cast as an enemy, but as a fellow traveler on this winding road. His story is told in hushed tones, each word wrapping around the crowd like a cloak of warmth, filling them with understanding. In this space, emotions run high. Tears are shed as people recount their own experiences with loss, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient tales. In the quiet moments, as the sun sets and the stars begin to twinkle, participants feel a chill in the air, a whisper from Hades himself. He invites them to confront their fears, to accept that death is an integral part of life, and to see him not as the end, but as a necessary transition. In nods of agreement and murmurs of connection, they find solace in the idea that they are not alone in their struggles. Hades walks beside them, guiding them through the shadowed paths of their hearts. Social media buzzes with hashtags like Hades is love and Underworld wisdom, where followers share stories of their encounters with the divine. The internet acts as a sprawling tapestry, weaving together narratives of loss, healing, and the whispers of Hades. Groups form, dedicated to rituals and practices that honor the cycle of life and death, creating communities where grief can be openly explored and acknowledged. In these circles, Hades is celebrated as a figure of empowerment, a reminder that embracing darkness can lead to profound transformation. The stories of those who have walked through their own personal underworlds resonate deeply, creating bonds between strangers who share their scars and triumphs. The candlelight flickers low, casting shadows on faces filled with hope and understanding, illuminating the power of vulnerability and connection. As rituals unfold, the energy in the room shifts. It crackles with electricity. People hold hands, forming a chain of strength, channeling their fears into the collective energy. Hades is summoned once more, not as a figure to be feared, but as a guide through the personal labyrinth of their minds and hearts. In this sacred moment, the air vibrates with emotions, each heartbeat syncing with the echoes of ancient wisdom, blending the past with the present in a tapestry of experience. The woman in the circle feels the warmth of community surround her, a pulsing reminder that life and death are threads interwoven in a grand design. As they welcome Hades into their hearts, she senses the stirring of something timeless, a connection to an ancient lineage that stretches back to the dawn of understanding. The stories of the past resonate within her, and she knows that the journey through grief is shared, a path walked by many who came before. In the depths of this emotional landscape, Hades stands tall, no longer merely a god of the underworld, but a symbol of hope, transformation, and acceptance. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle overhead, the spirit of Hades whispers through the candlelit shadows, binding the living and the dead in a dance of unity and understanding, leaving the circle yearning for more. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the weight of forgotten stories. In the shadowy corners of the world, where light dared not linger, legends of the underworld thrived, echoing the whispers of lost souls who had tread those paths before. The air was heavy with an unsettling stillness, a reminder of how deeply interwoven life and death were, and how one could not exist without the other. Every culture, from the ancient Egyptians who laid their pharaohs to rest with treasures for the afterlife, to the Greeks who spoke of Hades' dark embrace, has painted the underworld as a place of reckoning, a realm where the consequences of earthly actions ripple far beyond the grave. Beneath the surface, an intricate web of life pulsed through the soil, connecting the living with the departed. In this forgotten underground, the very essence of existence thrummed, a reminder that life is fragile, easily lost, yet profoundly beautiful. As farmers tended their fields, they were unwitting stewards of an ancient cycle, coaxing life from the ground while acknowledging the specters of those who had come before. The pulse of the earth resonated with their toil, a silent acknowledgement of the delicate balance that held their world in place. In the quiet of the forest, a solitary figure approached a darkened grove. The air was thick with anticipation, as the trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to grasp the secrets buried deep within the earth. Each step taken was a conversation with the ghosts of history, whispers of those who had passed through these woods, seeking solace, answers, or merely the comfort of the familiar. The underworld here was more than a metaphor. It was a living entity, a reflection of the human condition, joy intertwined with sorrow, hope wrapped in despair. Histories unfolded within the shadows, each layer revealing a tale of humanity's struggle against the relentless march of time. The ancient Mayans believed in Xibalba, the land of the dead, a place of trials and tribulations that shaped the very fabric of their cosmos. Every obstacle faced in the underworld mirrored the challenges of earthly existence, a poignant reminder that hardship was an essential part of the journey. It was not merely an ending, but a transformation, a rebirth into new forms, like the cycle of life experienced in nature. As daylight waned, the atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming sense of urgency. The figure, now almost entranced by the energy surrounding them, felt the heartbeat of the earth resonate within their chest. It was a call to recognize the interconnectedness of all beings, the way the past, and present, and future swirled together in a dance of existence. In this moment, the underworld morphed into a mirror, reflecting not only the fears and failures of humanity, but also the hope that illuminated even the darkest corners. In times of great strife, the underworld became a sanctuary for the weary. The mystical stories that emerged from the depths served as guideposts for humanity's journey, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light could be found. Ancient Romans believed that the spirits of the deceased lingered in the underworld, waiting for the living to honor them, to remember that their lives were not merely forgotten tales, but a tapestry woven into the fabric of the world. The rituals performed in their memory were not just acts of reverence, they were powerful affirmations of life, a promise that the cycle would continue, that the earth would someday reclaim them. With each breath, the figure felt a connection growing stronger, as if the energy of the forest was urging them to listen, to understand that the underworld was not a place of despair, but rather a crucible of transformation. The stories buried within the soil were waiting to be unearthed, each one a lesson wrapped in the weight of experience. As they walked deeper into the grove, the ground beneath their feet pulsed, reminding them of the countless lives that had woven their tales into the fabric of existence. A reminder of how every action, every choice resonated through time. In the distance, a flickering light beckoned, an ethereal glow that danced like fireflies caught in a summer's breeze. It was a beacon, a manifestation of the stories waiting to be told, the voices of ancestors reaching out from the shadows. The air around the figure thickened with emotion, an intoxicating mix of fear and excitement as they approached the source. What lay ahead was a convergence of worlds, where the living brushed against the echoes of the dead, where wisdom awaited those brave enough to listen. As they stepped closer, the whispers grew louder, forming a cacophony of memories that vibrated through the night. The underworld was alive, a pulsing entity that mirrored the very essence of humanity, its struggles, triumphs, and the bittersweet nature of existence. Time faded, and the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, drawing them deeper into the mystery that lay beneath. What had been a simple exploration transformed into a profound encounter with the very core of what it meant to be alive. The underworld was not merely a metaphor, but a sacred space, a necessary reflection of the world above. As the figure allowed themselves to be consumed by the stories and the emotions swirling around them, they realized that the journey had only just begun, leading them to uncharted territories where the past and present collided, and where the heartbeat of the earth pulsed with the promise of what was yet to come. The shadows danced, the stories swirled, and the underworld beckoned, an endless cycle of life waiting to be revealed. In the quiet of a dimly lit room, a single candle flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, a reminder of the fragile nature of life. A worn photograph rested on the table, capturing a moment long gone. A family gathered, laughter frozen in time. The smell of incense hung heavy in the air, mingling with the salty residue of tears that had soaked the memory of loss. This was not just a room, it was a shrine to the human condition, where death was an unwelcome guest that refused to leave. The ancient Greeks understood this deeply. They believed that the journey of the soul after death was not merely an end, but a profound transition, a passage to Hades. This was not a place of eternal torment, as later interpretations might suggest, but a realm where the dead lingered, their memories echoing through the lives of those they left behind. Hades, the god of the underworld, ruled with a somber dignity. He was not a figure to be feared, but rather one to be respected, for he held the weight of human sorrow in his hands. Among the Greeks, the rituals of mourning were elaborate and deeply rooted in tradition. They understood that death was not just a loss, but a transformation that demanded recognition. The ancient practice of laying offerings at the graves of loved ones was a way to maintain the bond between the living and the dead. As families gathered to commemorate their departed, they would whisper names into the wind, believing that the echoes of their voices would reach the ears of those they mourned. A heart-wrenching scene unfolded in a small village, where a widow, draped in black, wept by the freshly turned earth of her husband's grave. Her hands trembled as she placed a single white flower atop the mound, a symbol of purity amid the painful ache of her loss. The villagers watched in silence, their hearts heavy, for they too felt the sting of her grief. Mourning was a collective experience, a reminder that each life touched another. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, the air grew thick with unspoken words. Shadows stretched long, and the day's light faded into twilight. The widow's tears glistened, catching the last rays of the sun, transforming each drop into a small, fleeting memory of the love they once shared. The villagers exchanged knowing glances, each one haunted by their own ghosts. The shared experience of loss became a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, binding them together in a tapestry of mourning. In the grander tapestry of history, the ancient Greeks also recognized the role of memory in the human experience. They believed that forgetting the dead was akin to killing them a second time. The act of remembering transformed sorrow into something almost sacred. The festivals held in honor of the dead were not merely occasions for grief, but profound celebrations of life. The loud music, the vibrant dances, the offerings of food, it was all meant to awaken the spirits, to invite them back into the fold, if only for a moment. As night fell, the stars sparkled like the eyes of those who had passed on. Stories filled the air like whispers, each one a testament to the lives lived and loved. The wind carried laughter and sorrow alike, swirling together in an invisible embrace. The villagers lit torches, illuminating the path to their loved ones' resting places. It was a pilgrimage of sorts, a journey through the darkness, where each step resonated with the weight of memory. In another corner of the world, different cultures echoed similar sentiments. The ancient Egyptians, with their intricate burial rituals, believed that the journey to the afterlife required careful preparation. The elaborate tombs, adorned with treasures and symbols, were meant to ensure that the deceased had everything they needed for the journey ahead. In their minds, death was not the end, but a continuation of existence, a passage into another realm where the soul would live on, as long as it was remembered. Mourning rituals varied across cultures, yet the essence remained the same. Death was a doorway rather than a wall. The act of grieving became an homage to love, a testament to the shared moments that would never fade. It was not uncommon to find families gathering, lighting candles and sharing stories, their laughter intermingling with tears as they honored those who had passed. The atmosphere thickened with emotion, a palpable reminder that memory was a lifeline connecting the worlds of the living and the dead. In the shadows of history, the tension between life and death loomed large. The stories of the past often highlighted the fragility of existence, the delicate balance between joy and sorrow. Each tale told around flickering fires or whispered in hushed tones became a thread in the vast tapestry of the human condition, binding generations together through shared experiences of loss. As the villagers returned home, the soft glow of candlelight flickered in the windows, a beacon of hope amid the darkness. Each flame held a promise that love, however fleeting, would never be extinguished. The laughter of children echoed in the night air, a reminder that life would continue, even in the shadow of loss. And, as the moon cast its silvery light upon the earth, the memory of those who had departed lingered, reminding all that even in mourning there was beauty, a testament to the enduring nature of love. And so, the stories of Hades and the human condition intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of death, mourning, and memory. Each thread told of sorrow and joy, of loss and remembrance, a beautiful, haunting reminder that while death is certain, love transcends the boundaries of time, reaching across the void to hold on to what was lost. In the shadows of a flickering candlelight, a figure stands hunched, a cloak draping over his shoulders like a storm cloud. The air is thick with a sense of foreboding, yet a strange allure draws the eye. This is Hades, the ancient Greek god of the underworld, a name that conjures images of darkness, loss, and the eternal unknown. But what if this very figure, so often misunderstood, holds keys to understanding the essence of humanity itself. Centuries have passed since the Greeks first whispered tales of Hades to their children, stories woven with threads of morality, virtue, and the inevitability of death. Yet, even in modern society, the relevance of Hades echoes through the ages. His realm is not just a dark abyss, it is a mirror reflecting the fears and hopes of cultures across the globe. As the candles flicker, one can almost hear the whispers of the ancients, urging us to listen closely. In the bustling streets of Athens, tourists snap pictures in front of the Acropolis, their laughter mingling with the sounds of everyday life. But beneath this vibrant facade, the spirit of Hades looms large. The ancient Greeks believed that to honor the dead was to honor life itself. Today, as we lay flowers at gravestones or light candles in memory of loved ones, we are enacting rituals that hark back to those bygone eras. Each flicker of flame symbolizes a connection, a reminder that death is not an end, but a continuation of a journey. It is here that one feels Hades' presence, quiet yet profound, a reminder of the responsibility we hold toward those who have passed. As dusk falls on a small town, the air grows chilly. Children gather around a fire, entranced by the stories spun by their elders. Tales of ghosts and spirits, woven with threads of fear and reverence, reveal a deep-seated truth. Humanity has always grappled with its mortality. The myths of Hades teach us about the importance of facing our fears rather than cowering in their shadows. They transform grief into a shared experience, breathing life into the memories of those who have departed. As the night deepens, a young woman, Sarah, stands at her grandmother's grave. She clutches a small bouquet of flowers, her heart heavy with loss. In her mind, Hades stirs, not as a figure of terror, but as a guardian of souls. In that moment, she feels the weight of her lineage, the stories passed down through generations. Each flower she lays is a bridge connecting her to a past filled with love, laughter, and lessons learned. Hades embodies this connection, a gentle reminder that the threads of life and death are intricately woven together, and that love never truly fades. The modern world often tries to push death into the background, muffling its whispers with distractions and noise. Yet, as Hades stands watch, he serves as a stark reminder that to forget the past is to lose part of ourselves. He invites society to confront its fears, to acknowledge the cycle of life and death, and to embrace the lessons that come with both. The stories told around the fire echo this sentiment, bringing the community together in collective remembrance, where every sigh of sorrow becomes a note in a larger symphony. In the realm of art and literature, Hades has inspired countless creators. From the haunting melodies of operas to the vivid imagery of novels, his presence resonates deeply. The classics remind us that suffering and loss are fundamental aspects of the human experience. They show that there is beauty in darkness, a depth of emotion that enriches our understanding of life. As an artist sketches a scene of Persephone's descent into the underworld, the strokes of the pencil capture not just the tragedy of separation, but also the rebirth that follows. Hades exists within these narratives, urging each generation to explore the complexities of love and loss. As the candles dim, a storm brews overhead, lightning illuminating the sky. In that flash, a vision appears, a soldier returning home, haunted by the echoes of battles fought. He carries within him the weight of memories, the faces of friends lost, the laughter turned to silence. Society often struggles to understand the turmoil that comes with such grief, yet Hades offers solace, an acknowledgement that embracing pain is part of healing. To turn away from it is to deny one's humanity. The soldier, like many others, finds strength in vulnerability, and, through his journey, the spirit of Hades becomes a beacon of resilience. In the age of technology, where connections are often fleeting and superficial, Hades reminds us of the importance of deep, meaningful relationships. As individuals scroll through social media feeds filled with carefully curated lives, the essence of true connection can feel lost. Yet, the stories of Hades inspire a return to genuine interactions, to gather around the fire, to share in laughter and tears, and to honor those who came before us. He challenges society to weave a fabric of empathy, reminding us that every life touched, every soul encountered, adds richness to our collective experience. In the quiet moments of introspection, Hades beckons. He whispers truths that often go unacknowledged in the rush of everyday life. He teaches us that to confront our fears is to embrace the beauty of existence itself. As the night wears on, the flickering candlelight illuminates the faces of those gathered, each person reflecting their own stories of love and loss. The presence of Hades lingers, a reminder that we are all part of a grand narrative, a tapestry woven from the threads of life and death. As the first light of dawn begins to creep in, the stories do not fade, they transform, evolving with each generation. The cycle continues, and Hades remains a constant, a figure who encourages the living to remember, to celebrate, and to grieve. The connection to our past shapes who we are today, guiding us to a future where death is not feared but understood as a necessary part of life. The spirit of Hades whispers timeless lessons: to love fiercely, to remember deeply, and to live fully. For in this dance of existence we find our true selves. The dance goes on, unbroken, waiting for the next tale to be told.